What if the gods you worshipped were nothing but glorified bullies, their power merely a facade painted over the crumbling bones of titans? What if the whispers of ancient myths held a darker truth, a truth that could rot the very fabric of your faith? Deep in the shadows of Olympus, the air crackles with tension, a storm brewing between the divine and the damned. Titans, those colossal behemoths of old, thought to be mere stories, are stirring, and their wrath is a tempest that could swallow the heavens whole. Imagine a battlefield where thunder roars not out of Zeus's hand, but from the throats of fallen titans, reanimated by fury and vengeance. The foundations of eternity tremble as power-hungry gods clutch their thrones like toddlers with crane-drawn crowns. Chaos reigns. Betrayal courses through the divine veins like a poison, and allegiances flip faster than a tavern's coin. The titans, once shackled to myth, now rise, gnashing their teeth and cracking their knuckles, ready to show their celestial counterparts what unforgiving really looks like. In this twisted masquerade, the stakes are insurmountable. What's a god to do when the very mountain they stand upon threatens to shatter beneath their feet? When the chains of fate rattle, the air thickens with the scent of impending doom and spilled ambrosia. The titans, humor dripping like acid from their words, swagger with a dark, comedic audacity, mocking the pretentiousness of divine rule. They treat Olympus like a playground, flipping the script on an era of complacency, leaving gods trembling behind veils of arrogance. The question haunting every celestial heart: who will rise victorious, the gilded elite or the forgotten giants? The battlefield is lush with betrayal and drenched in blood, a macabre tapestry woven from the dreams and nightmares of gods and titans alike. Every clash sends shockwaves through the cosmos, echoing with the laughter of chaos, filling the cracks with the promise of destruction and rebirth. Beneath the clash of titans, there's a riddle begging to be solved. As alliances fracture and loyalties dissolve like sugar in ambrosia, who can be trusted? The gods juggle thrones and egos while their pasts haunt them like an unwelcome guest at a feast, crashing, clawing to escape their own histories. And the titans? Oh, they've got a score to settle, and they're not above using a little dark humor to make the gods squirm. What if you held the key to their downfall? What if the very essence of your being became the catalyst for war? A single choice could tip the balance, ignite a war that blazes through the heavens, a cataclysmic collision of arrogance and ancient power. The dance of fate tightens, and the question looms, echoing in the minds of mortals and gods alike: who will emerge from the ashes, and at what cost? The Titanomachy is not just a war, it's a reckoning, and the curtain is about to rise. The wind howled like a banshee, its mournful wail echoing through the barren landscape as though the earth itself mourned the birth of titanic horrors. Lightning cracked across the roiling sky, illuminating the silhouettes of colossal figures shifting in the shadows. Each heartbeat thudded like a war drum, a prelude to chaos, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath me, a warning that something earth-shattering was about to unfold. I stood amidst the ruins of what had once been a thriving city, now a graveyard of dreams and screams. I remember the fear, thick and cloying. I remember the way the dark clouds loomed overhead, pregnant with a storm that mirrored the turmoil within my soul. My heart raced as I spotted them, towering, grotesque figures, their features twisted into expressions of anguish and rage. They were the titans, born from the primal chaos, a force of nature unleashed upon the world. They were not mere monsters, they were the embodiment of every fear, every anger, and every heartbreak that had ever been felt. Among them was Callista, a titan of unimaginable power, her eyes like molten gold, burning with an intensity that felt both terrifying and mesmerizing. I remembered her laughter, once a melody that danced through the air, now turned to the haunting sound of thunder that rattled the very bones of the earth. She had been a child of light, imbued with a spark of hope, but now that spark flickered, dimmed by the weight of her destiny. I could see it in her stance, the way her shoulders hunched, burdened by the knowledge that her very existence was a catalyst for destruction. "Why did we have to be born?" she whispered, her voice so quiet I almost mistook it for the wind. "Why must we bear the wrath of the gods?" Her question hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. I felt it settle in my chest, a knot of despair that echoed her confusion. She had always been so full of life, her spirit unyielding, but the shadows of our lineage loomed over her now, a suffocating blanket of expectations and fears. And then there was Orion, my brother, a titan forged from the very essence of the stars. Where Callista was fiery and volatile, Orion was calm, a still lake disturbed only by the ripples of doubt. I watched as he stood, his massive frame silhouetted against the tempestuous sky, grappling with the duality of his own existence. He was a warrior, yes, but also a protector, torn between the urge to embrace his power and the desire to shield the world from the chaos it could unleash. I remember, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper, the tales of grandeur, the glory of our name. But they don't speak of the burden, do they? They don't tell you the price of power. There was a crack in his voice that pulled at my heart, an ache that mirrored my own. We were both trapped in a cycle of expectation, our destinies entwined with the very forces we were meant to confront. We had seen the darkness, felt its cold grip on our souls. We knew the taste of fear, the bitter tang of rage, and yet we stood at the precipice of our fates, frozen in uncertainty. I felt the air shift, charged with an electric tension, as the titans began to stir. The ground shook violently, and I stumbled back, my heart racing with a primal fear. Their power was palpable, a force that threatened to tear the fabric of reality apart. Callista's breath hitched, and I could see the flicker of defiance in her eyes, a spark that reminded me of the girl she once was. "We must fight," she declared, her voice rising above the chaos, the storm that brewed around us. But Orion shook his head, the sorrow etched into his features like a permanent scar. Fight against what? Our own nature? We are born of chaos, Callista. This is what we are. His words hung heavy in the air, an unspeakable truth that crushed us. I felt the weight of the cosmos pressing down on my chest, the sheer enormity of our existence too much to bear. The titans danced on the edge of destruction, and we stood powerless, mere whispers in the cacophony of their birthright. I remember the shadows creeping closer, tendrils of darkness reaching out, eager to embrace us in their cold grasp. I remember the deafening roar of the titans, a primal scream that resonated with the very essence of the universe. It was the sound of creation and destruction intertwined, a haunting melody that echoed through the ages. Time stretched and warped, and I found myself lost in a reverie, fragments of memory swirling around me like leaves in a tempest. I recalled the night spent lying beneath the stars, Orion's voice a soothing balm as he spoke of legends long forgotten. "We are not monsters," he had said then, the starlight reflecting in his eyes. "We are the dreamers, the makers of our own fate." But that night felt like a lifetime ago, a distant echo swallowed by the roar of the present. The titans loomed larger, their power threatening to engulf us whole. I felt the urgency of the moment, the need to grasp onto something tangible amidst the chaos. I reached for Callista, her hand warm in mine, a tether in this storm of uncertainty. "Together," I urged, desperation clawing at my throat. "We must stand together." In that moment, our shared fear became a fragile bond, a tether that pulled us away from the brink of oblivion. But the titans were restless, their birthright demanding expression. Their shadows danced like ghosts, taunting us with the weight of our choices. The air crackled with tension as we faced the storm, a trio bound by fate, each one of us teetering on the edge of power and vulnerability. The titans roared again, and the sky split open, revealing a swirling abyss that threatened to swallow us whole. I felt the gravity of our existence, the weight of our lineage pressing down on us like a cosmic hammer. Every moment stretched, every heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. Would we embrace our power, rise as the architects of our destinies, or would we succumb to the darkness that clawed at our souls? The question hung heavy, an unending echo that would resonate through the ages, and as the storm raged on, we stood together, caught in the eye of the tempest, waiting for the first crack of dawn to illuminate our choices. And as the titans roared, their cries a haunting melody of anguish and hope, I knew one thing for certain: this was only the beginning. The air crackles, electric and tense, as the ground beneath trembles with the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. I stand in the heart of the tempest, surrounded by shadows that flicker like dying stars, each pulse of the darkness echoing the frantic beat of my heart. It's a night steeped in dread, where the moon hangs like a cursed pendant in the sky, and the whispers of old gods tease the corners of my mind. I remember the first tremor, how it quaked through the earth and sent a ripple of urgency racing up my spine. The sky split open, revealing a churning chaos of thunder and lightning, a celestial battleground where the Olympian gods would soon rise, not in glory but in desperate struggle. The very essence of power and ambition clashed above us, and I was but a mere observer caught in the undertow of their fury. Then there was Cassia, her face a canvas of fear and determination, eyes glimmering like shards of broken glass. She was always drawn to destruction, as if chaos was her true home. I could see it in her every breath, the way she clutched the amulet around her neck, a talisman meant to protect her from the very powers she sought. "We can't just stand here," she shouted, her voice trembling like the branches of the trees swaying in the storm. "We have to do something." But what could we do against gods who could toss mountains like pebbles? Her spirit reminded me of that ancient tale, the one where the earth trembles at Zeus's fury, and here we were, mere mortals at the mercy of titans. I wanted to calm her, to tell her that everything would be all right, but my voice was lost in the howling wind. Instead, I felt a jagged knot of fear tighten in my chest, a fear that mirrored the tempest above. And then there was Marcus, standing a few feet away, a man grappling with his own demons. His eyes were wild, darting between the heavens above and the ground below, as if the earth might swallow him whole. "It's happening, isn't it?" he muttered, voice barely cutting through the roaring chaos. "The gods are returning to reclaim what's theirs." There was a haunting resonance in his words, a truth that sent shivers cascading down my spine. I remember the stories told by the fireside, tales of ancient powers who walked among us, their laughter echoing through the ages like a ghostly melody. Marcus, with his scarred hands and haunted past, had always looked to those legends with a mix of reverence and resentment. "Why must they come back now?" he asked, eyes searching mine for answers that I didn't have. "Do they not see the destruction they bring?" I wanted to scream, to tell him that the gods never cared for mortals, that we were merely vessels for their whims. Yet, as he spoke, a flicker of understanding ignited within me. We were caught in a cycle, a cosmic dance of ambition and despair, where the scales of power tipped dangerously. Cassia and Marcus, two fractured souls bound by destiny, stood with me on the precipice of chaos. The ground heaved violently, and a great shadow descended, obscuring the flickering stars. The air turned thick, suffocating, as if we were inhaling the very essence of fear. I could feel it pressing against my chest, a weight so heavy it threatened to crush us. "We need to move," Cassia shouted, her voice slicing through the suffocating silence. And just like that, we were propelled forward, hearts pounding, feet pounding against the earth that trembled beneath us. With each step, I felt the surge of primal energy around us, a swirling vortex of magic and malice that churned in the air like a living entity. I looked to my left, where Cassie ran, determination etching lines on her forehead, her every stride a battle cry. To my right, Marcus followed, his steps faltering, but his resolve unyielding. We were three against the storm, and the weight of the world pressed down, urging us to surrender. But surrender was a distant thought, obscured by the urgency of survival. I remember the way the moonlight danced on the horizon, a sliver of hope piercing the shadows, urging us onward through the chaos. "Keep moving," I gasped, my voice a fragile whisper against the thunder. "We can't let fear define us." Yet, behind us loomed the spectre of the divine, a kaleidoscope of fury and sorrow that echoed through the ages. I sensed the presence of the gods, felt their eyes upon us, a cauldron of judgment mixed with intrigue. What would they see in us? Fractured souls yearning for power, or mere mortals caught in a web of their making? The ground trembled again, and we stumbled, caught in the grip of something greater than ourselves. I felt the breath of the cosmos on my skin, a reminder that we were not alone in this fight. The sky rumbled, and for a fleeting moment, the stars aligned, illuminating the shadows with an eerie glow. The air shimmered with energy, raw and potent, igniting a fire within our hearts. "Together?" Cassia cried, her voice a beacon in the darkness. We reached for one another, hands clasping tightly as if the very act of connection could shield us from the chaos. I looked into their eyes, saw the flames of resolve burning brighter than the fury above. This was our moment, a reckoning forged in the fire of our fears. I remember the heartbeat of the world, a rhythm echoing within us, propelling us forward into the unknown. What awaited us in the heart of this storm? Could we truly rise against the gods? Each question punctuated the air, a haunting melody that wrapped around our souls, binding us closer together even as the chaos threatened to tear us apart. A flicker of light burst forth, illuminating the darkness like a shattering dawn, and for an instant, I glimpsed the silhouette of the gods, titans wreathed in shadows, their visages both terrifying and beautiful. The air thickened with tension, every breath a struggle against the pull of fate. As we pressed on, clinging to each other, the horizon beckoned, alive with the promise of reckoning. And as the storm intensified, I felt the weight of history upon my shoulders. The echoes of every battle, every betrayal, every moment of despair surged forward, intertwining with our own destinies. The moment stretched, suspended in time, a breath held in the cusp of eternity. I remember the hope, that flickering ember in our hearts, urging us forward into the unknown. We were alive, we were here, and the gods were rising. And yet, amid the chaos, a question lingered, haunting and relentless: would we find our place in this storm, or would we be swept away, mere whispers lost in the winds of time? The answer lay ahead, waiting to be uncovered in the tempest. And so we ran, our hearts pounding, breaths mingling with the chaos, into the darkness where only the gods dared to tread. The night was thick with the whisper of impending doom. The air crackled with tension, a violent prelude to chaos, as I stood in the shadow of Mount Olympus, the very heart of a world teetering on the brink of collapse. I could hear the distant clash of metal, the screams of warriors, and the thunderous roars of titans awakening from their ancient slumber. Each sound gnawed at my soul, a reminder of the prophecy that had chained my fate to theirs: the blood of the titans will drown the earth and the heavens will weep. I remember the moment vividly, my heart racing, a caged beast desperate for escape. I watched as Prometheus, whose very name means forethought, clutched a flickering flame, a spark of rebellion that illuminated the darkness around us. His eyes were wild, brimming with a mix of defiance and dread. He had stolen fire from the gods, a blasphemy wrapped in the guise of enlightenment, and now he stood at the precipice of revolution, caught between his love for humanity and the wrath of his kin. "They'll come for us, you know," he said, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. His fear was palpable, it wrapped around me like a shroud. I felt it, a cold weight pressing down on my chest, each word a reminder that we were all mere mortals playing at the edge of divinity. Then there was Oceanus, the titan of the endless sea, his azure eyes holding depths of sorrow that could drown worlds. He swirled like the tides, caught in a tempest of regret, his very existence marked by the endless ebb and flow of life and death. "I remember when we ruled," he whispered, his voice a low rumble, like waves crashing against jagged cliffs. "But now, my brothers turn against me. They will tear each other apart." I could see it in his posture, the way he clenched his fists, as if trying to grasp the very essence of unity that was slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. The ocean wept for him, and so did I. The prophecy loomed over us, a specter of fate that twisted our hearts and minds. "The titans will fight, and in their struggle, the earth will bleed," it echoed, a haunting refrain that sent shivers racing down my spine. I was no more than a spectator, yet I felt the weight of the cosmos heavy upon my shoulders. I had studied the ancient texts, obsessed with the narratives of old, but nothing could prepare me for the visceral reality, the reality of betrayal, of blood spilled by kin, of love twisted into rage. As the battle cries grew nearer, I could see the clouds swirling above, dark and ominous. They were not mere clouds, they were the souls of the fallen, restless spirits entwined in the chaos of the living. I remembered my own dreams, haunted by images of glory and despair, where heroes and monsters danced in the shadows of my mind. I could feel the gravity of time pressing down on me, as if the very fabric of existence was unraveling, each tick of the clock echoing the heartbeat of fate. "Will it always be this way?" I asked Oceanus, my voice barely a whisper. "Will we forever be bound by this cycle of destruction?" He looked at me then, his expression a storm of emotions, and I saw the flicker of hope buried beneath layers of despair. "We are not just prisoners of our past, but architects of our future," he said. "Even in the darkest moments, there's a glimmer of something more, a chance to rewrite our fate." His words ignited a spark within me, a flicker of courage that dared to challenge the looming darkness. But Prometheus shook his head, his face a mask of anguish. "Hope is a dangerous game," he said, the fire in his hand flickering uncertainly. It can burn bright, but it can also consume everything in its path. I felt that burn, a wildfire spreading through my veins, igniting my very being. I wanted to believe in hope, yet the shadows whispered of despair, wrapping around my heart like a vice. In the distance, a titan roared, the sound reverberating through the mountains, shaking the very ground beneath us. I felt the tremor in my bones, a visceral reminder that the prophecy was not just a tale, it was a blood-soaked truth. "Stand with me," Prometheus urged, the fire casting flickering shadows across his anguished face. "Together, we can fight against the tides of fate." His voice, raw and desperate, filled me with a sense of urgency, a call to arms that resonated deep within my soul. I looked at Oceanus, his azure eyes reflecting the chaos that swirled around us, the battle, the betrayal, the heartbreak. I saw the weight of his choices pressing down on him, the burden of history that threatened to crush him under its relentless tide. And there, in that moment, I realized we were not just pieces on a chessboard, we were flawed, vulnerable, and desperately human in our struggles. "I remember the stories of old," I said, my voice trembling. "Of heroes who defied the odds, who rose from the ashes of despair. Perhaps, just perhaps, we too can find our salvation." The words hung in the air, fragile yet resolute, a whisper of hope amidst the cacophony of destiny closing in around us. And then, as if the universe itself had conspired to test us, the ground shook violently, and I was thrown to the earth, heart pounding, blood rushing in my ears. I looked up to see titans clashing against one another, their faces twisted in rage and sorrow, and I could feel the weight of their anguish reverberating in my bones. The prophecy was unfolding, a nightmare woven into the fabric of our reality, and I was right in the eye of the storm. "Fight!" Prometheus roared, the fire in his hand blazing like a beacon in the dark. "We cannot let this be the end." I surged to my feet, caught in the whirlwind of emotion, the desire to break free from the chains of despair igniting within me. I could feel the pulse of the universe, the heartbeat of all creation, urging me forward into the fray. As I stepped into the chaos, the shadows of history danced around me, whispering forgotten secrets, guiding me toward a fate unwritten. My heart raced, my soul ignited with the promise of rebellion against the darkness that threatened to consume us all. And in that moment, I understood that the prophecy of the Titanomachy was not merely a tale of destruction, but a call to awaken the dormant fire within us. It was a moment suspended in time, electrifying, life-altering, as we plunged headlong into the chaos, defiance etched into our very beings, each heartbeat a testament to our struggle against the vast, unfathomable universe. In that whirlwind of emotion and terror, I knew one thing: we would fight, but the outcome was as elusive as the stars in the night sky, shining down on a world caught between fate and choice. The air crackled with tension as the sky darkened, a tempest brewing in the heavens. Thunder roared, not as a warning, but as a promise of chaos that echoed the turmoil within the heart of Cronus. He stood amidst the shadows of ancient mountains, the ground trembling beneath his feet, a giant wrestling with the weight of his own destiny. The Titans, his siblings, loomed around him like specters, their expressions a cocktail of fear and anticipation. The whispers of betrayal danced around him, a chorus of doubts crashing against the fortress of his resolve. "I remember," he thought, a flicker of nostalgia igniting in his chest, "when we were invincible." But invincibility was a fragile illusion, and as he gripped his sickle, the cool steel biting into his palm, he felt the pulse of dread echoing in his veins. He was not just fighting for power, he was battling the ghosts of his past, the phantoms of his own choices. Rhea watched him from a distance, her heart a fragile bird trapped in a cage of thunderous emotions. She felt the weight of the world pressing down on her shoulders, the burden of love mingling with the dread of becoming a mother in a world spiraling into madness. Her stomach knotted, not just from the life growing within her, but from the knowledge that this life, their future, might be snuffed out by the very man she loved. The irony clawed at her, a cruel joke in the tapestry of fate. She approached him, each step a silent plea, each heartbeat a desperate whisper. "Cronus, please," her voice was the calm in the storm, a melody of reason against the cacophony of rage. But the storm was too loud. The Titans stirred, their eyes glinting with an unsettling mix of loyalty and fear, waiting for their leader to swing the sickle of judgment. "You can't consume the future to secure the present." He turned to her, and for a heartbeat, time itself faltered. His eyes, once filled with dreams of conquest, now bore the weight of an insatiable hunger. "They will rise against us, Rhea," he growled, his voice low, echoing the tremors of the earth. "They must not be allowed to exist." The sickle felt heavier in his grip, laden with the blood of his ambitions and betrayals yet to come. The air was thick with the scent of rain and desperation. Rhea reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, seeking to anchor him in this tumultuous moment. "What if we fight together? What if we choose to protect rather than destroy?" Her words were a balm, but in the storm of his heart, they felt like a fleeting shadow. But shadows have weight, and within him, a tempest brewed, a battle between the man he was and the monster he feared he had become. His heart raced, an echo of their past laughter mingling with the screams of what he might do. The memories crashed over him like waves, each one a reminder of the fragile balance between love and ambition. "I remember when we were just children, playing among the stars," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, lost in the cacophony of the approaching storm. "Now, I feel like I'm drowning." Rhea's heart twisted as she saw the turmoil behind his eyes, the conflict that turned him from a loving partner into a tyrant. She pressed closer, fueled by a fierce determination, wanting to pull him back from the edge of the abyss. "You don't have to be alone in this, Cronus. We can face it together." But as the clouds roiled above, foretelling a nefarious future, the Titans began to shift, their loyalty waning under the weight of uncertainty. They were not just followers, they were beings of immense power, each one wrestling with their own demons. Their gazes flitted between Rhea and Cronus, their silence a deafening roar, brewing the storm of dissent. "Are we to stand by while he destroys our kin?" one Titan hissed, his voice sharp as the jagged peaks around them. The tension shifted, palpable like the electricity before a storm, each heartbeat echoing the impending treachery that loomed above. Cronus's gaze hardened, a wall of ice rising within him. "They are not our kin," he declared, the words spilling forth like venom, laced with the bite of betrayal. "They are threats." In that moment, Rhea felt the ground crumble beneath her, the foundation of their love fracturing into a million pieces. "You're wrong," she cried out, desperation lacing her voice. "You're turning into the very thing you swore to fight against." The sickle gleamed ominously in his hand, reflecting the chaos swirling in his heart. Cronus wavered, caught in a tempest of conflicting emotions, love for Rhea, fear of the future, and the intoxicating lure of power. Every memory flashed before him, a montage of loss, ambition, and the haunting refrain of a destiny he felt bound to fulfill. And then, as the first drops of rain splattered against the parched earth, a realization struck him, a moment of clarity amid the chaos. He could choose. But choice comes with a price, and the price would demand blood. As thunder rumbled in the distance, shaking the very bones of the world, Rhea felt a swell of hope flicker within her. She reached for Cronus, her hand trembling as it found his. "We can rewrite this story," she pleaded, her eyes wide and earnest. "We can create a world where love triumphs, not fear." But with each heartbeat, the storm grew stronger, a portent of the darkness that loomed. Cronus's resolve was a fragile thread, a gossamer strand at the mercy of the winds of fate. Would he grasp it, or would he let it slip through his fingers, surrendering to the relentless tide of destruction? The air hummed with uncertainty, the Titans shifting uneasily as they sensed the impending storm was not just in the skies above but within their very hearts. The confrontation was inevitable, the emotional climax curling like smoke in the air, intense, intoxicating, and suffocating. The past and future coiled around them like serpents, heralding the choices they would have to make. Would Cronus become the monster he feared, or could he embrace the light that Rhea offered? As the skies tore open, releasing a torrent of rain that mingled with the salt of tears, the world held its breath. In that moment, every heartbeat echoed the same question: what would they choose? What legacy would they leave behind? The answers lay hidden in the storm, dark and terrible, waiting to be unleashed. And as the winds howled, the first clash of thunder shattered the silence, a prelude to the chaos that was about to unfold. It was just the beginning. The world would hold its breath, teetering on the precipice of love and destruction, as the saga of Cronus, Rhea, and the Titans unfolded, a tale woven with the threads of fate, bound by the choices of the heart. each heartbeat a reminder, every breath a plea, as the storm raged on, consuming everything in its wake. Darkness lingered thick in the air, a storm brewing in the velvet sky, and in that moment, the world held its breath. I stood at the edge of the cliff, wind whipping through my hair, feeling the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down on my shoulders. The sea roared below, a furious beast desperate to consume everything in its path. A baby cried somewhere behind me, a sound so innocent yet so haunting, echoing the dread of what was to come. I remember the taste of salt on my lips, the cold stone beneath my feet, and the presence of a shadow that loomed larger than life. It was as if the universe held its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation. Rhea, my mother, was trembling at the mouth of the cave, panic etched into her features. Her hands, once steady and nurturing, now shook violently as she cradled a bundle swathed in cloth. "They're coming," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread that threatened to snap. "We must hide him." The urgency in her tone clawed at my insides, a raw, primal fear that clawed its way to the surface. I could see the glimmer of despair reflected in her eyes. She had fought the gods, battled fate itself to protect me, her hidden son. But how long could she hold back the tide? Then there was Cronus, my father, a titan whose very name sent shivers through the land. He was both my creator and my predator, a monstrous figure twisted by his own paranoia. I could feel him lurking in the shadows, a creeping dread, a storm waiting to break. He had devoured his own kin, his own children, fearing they would dethrone him. I remember the stories he told, tales woven with dread and fury, of how he'd swallowed his firstborn whole. I was not a god yet, just a heartbeat in the darkness. But I could feel his eyes, cold and calculating, hunting for me with all the relentless precision of a predator. The shadows danced around us, whispers of forgotten dreams and unfulfilled promises. I could hear the echoes of my siblings, Hestia, Demeter, Hera, lost and silenced, swallowed by his insatiable hunger. The air thickened with a sense of impending doom, a weight so heavy it pressed down on my chest, turning breaths into gasps. "We can't stay here," Rhea insisted, her voice rising as the thunder crashed above us. "He'll find us." And in that moment, I felt it, a flicker of something deep within, a fire that ignited against the coldness of despair. I was meant to be. I was not just a child, I was the storm, the reckoning. The fear coursing through my veins transformed into determination, a raw and unyielding pulse of life. There was chaos, yes, but within that chaos was a promise, a flicker of light against the encroaching dark. I stepped forward, feeling the gravity of my existence. "We can fight." The words tumbled out, heavy with untested resolve. Rhea looked at me, her eyes wide, and for a moment, I could see the flicker of hope or of belief. But it was quickly replaced with fear that I would be just another victim, another lost soul swallowed by the abyss. The sound of footsteps echoed, a heavy thud that reverberated through the earth, and I could sense Cronus closing in, the predator ready to reclaim his territory. His shadow stretched across the cave entrance, blocking the feeble light that dared to penetrate the dark. I knew then that the confrontation was inevitable, a clash of titans, a battle that would shape the fate of the cosmos. "Run, Rhea! Take him to safety!" I shouted, my voice raw with urgency. But she hesitated, torn between her instincts as a mother and the fear of losing her last hope. I felt the heat of her gaze, the love and terror mingling like a tempest within her. "You can't," but time was a cruel master, and the ground trembled beneath us, shaking loose the remnants of innocence. "I remember the stories," I urged, "the heroes who stood against tyranny. I remember their fires, their defiance. I am not afraid." And in that moment, the world shifted. The storm broke, lightning illuminating the darkness, and I felt the power of my lineage awaken within me. It surged through my veins like molten lava, igniting every fear, every doubt, transforming them into something fierce, something beautiful. I could feel the echoes of dreams long forgotten whispering in the corners of my mind, of a reign unburdened by chains, of a father who would not consume his own offspring, but nurture them. Cronus burst into the cave, a tempest of fury and fear, his eyes blazing with madness. "You think you can hide him from me?" he bellowed, a voice that shook the very stones. The force of his presence was suffocating, a darkness that threatened to extinguish the flickering hope inside me. but I would not let him take that away. I was fire, I was thunder. Come and take him then, I shouted, feeling the weight of defiance swelling within my chest, a defiance that resonated through the very fabric of existence. I am here, and I will not be swallowed whole. The confrontation reached its boiling point, a clash of wills, of shadows and light, despair and hope. In that moment, the world narrowed to just the three of us, a tangled web of love, fear, and betrayal. I refused to be a victim. I was the hidden sun, the spark that would become a flame. As Cronus lunged, the air crackled with energy, and I could feel everything, time slowing, hearts racing, destinies colliding. My mother's breath caught in her throat. The cave filled with the echoes of souls lost and souls yet to be found. I was both the promise and the reckoning, and as the storm erupted around us, I knew this was just the beginning. The confrontation was not an end but a catalyst, a force that would ripple through the ages, shaping the very fabric of existence. And in the depths of that chaos, I held on to one thought, one truth: no matter how dark it became, I would rise. A silence hangs thick in the air, like a tightly drawn bowstring, ready to snap. The moon hangs low, a ghostly orb that bathes the desolate battlefield in an ethereal glow. Shadows dance in the corners of my vision, each flicker a reminder of lives lost and blood spilled. The ground, a patchwork quilt of mud and sorrow, whispers secrets of the fallen, the weight of their unfulfilled dreams pressing down on my chest. I stand on this hallowed ground, an unwilling sentinel, my heart pounding with the rhythm of impending doom. A chill runs through me as I glance to my left. There she stands, Alazia, her eyes as fierce as the tempest brewing in the distance. The storm clouds mirror the turmoil inside her, a tempest of guilt and anger, swirling and colliding. I remember the way she laughed, carefree and wild, before the shadows closed in, swallowing her laughter whole. Now, every heartbeat feels like a drum, a countdown to chaos, and I see the cracks in her resolve. I'm not afraid, she whispers, but I can taste the fear in the air, thick and cloying. To my right is Anton, his face set in grim determination, brow furrowed like a soldier preparing for the inevitable. The weight of his past hangs heavy, the sins etched into his skin like scars. I see it in the way he clenches his fists, the flicker of doubt in his eyes that he desperately tries to bury. If we fail, he mutters, there's nothing left. I know what he's thinking. What if this is just another chapter in his endless cycle of failure? My heart aches for him, for the pain he wears like a cloak, dragging him down into an abyss he can't escape. A distant roar breaks the silence, a sound that echoes through the marrow of my bones, jolting me from my reverie. The Olympian forces are gathering, a storm of gods and mortals, their voices weaving a tapestry of power and desperation. The air crackles with tension, charged and electric, like 1,000 whispers colliding. I close my eyes, inhaling the scent of damp earth and impending chaos, each breath a reminder of what is at stake. The ground trembles beneath us, a heartbeat of the earth itself, as if it knows the horrors yet to come. Do you remember the stories? Alazia's voice trembles, slicing through the tension like a knife. I turn to her, caught in the web of her gaze. The tales of heroes and monsters. She clings to the fragments of hope, but I see the way her fingers shake, the way her lips tremble as she recalls the innocence of childhood, before the world fractured and bled into darkness. We're not heroes, I say, the words heavy and hard. We're just us. The shadows loom larger, swirling around us like spectators at a grim spectacle, hungry for blood and despair. As if summoned by our despair, a figure emerges from the darkness, cloaked in an aura of dread. It's Ezekiel, the harbinger of chaos. His smile is a crescent moon, sharp and cold, and I feel the air thrum with his malevolence. Gathered at last, he croons, voice dripped in honeyed malice. The chosen ones, the last flicker of hope. How quaint! Each word drips like poison into the already heavy atmosphere, seeping into our souls. Alazia's breath quickens, paralyzing fear-etching lines into her once bright face. We have to fight, she states, but it's a question wrapped in uncertainty, a plea veiled in bravado. What if we don't have enough? Anton's voice shakes, his usual bravado crumbling like the very earth beneath us. What if we lose? The words hang in the air, palpable and suffocating, and I can see the shadows shift, the tendrils of despair reaching for us, eager to claim another soul. The wind howls, a mournful cry that resonates with our fears, twisting through our hearts and echoing the uncertainty of our choices. I feel the weight of their vulnerability, the raw emotions that spill forth like blood from a wound. "We can't," I whisper, panic clawing at my throat. "We can't fail." But deep down, I wonder if it's already too late. The cosmos holds its breath, the stars flickering like dying embers in the vast expanse. With a flick of his wrist, Ezekiel gestures, and the shadows around us writhe, forming grotesque silhouettes of our worst fears, the memories we'd buried, the faces of those we'd lost. I see my mother, her smile fading as the darkness envelops her, and it feels like a knife twisting in my gut. I remember the last time I heard her voice, sweet and warm, now turned to ash in my heart. "No!" I shout, but the echoes of my despair bounce back, taunting me, reminding me of what I can't change. "Face your ghosts," Ezekiel mocks, his laughter a haunting melody that sends shivers down my spine. "Embrace the inevitability of your demise." The shadows close in, a palpable force, and I feel the cold fingers of dread wrap around my throat, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. Alizia and Anton stand beside me, their fear intermingling with the shadows, creating a vortex of despair that threatens to swallow us whole. Together, I breathe, clinging to the fragile thread of hope woven between us. Our hands clasp tightly, a lifeline amidst the storm. We fight together. The words echo in the void, a promise forged in fire and pain, and I can feel the electricity surging through us, igniting a spark of rebellion against the encroaching darkness. Ezekiel's laughter dies, replaced by a chilling silence that settles over the battlefield, thick and oppressive. It's a breathless pause before the storm, a moment suspended in time, and I can taste the bitterness of fate on my tongue. In this silence, the weight of what's to come looms larger than the shadows themselves, an omen that chills my bones and entwines around my heart. The winds shift, the air thickening with anticipation, and as the first crack of lightning cleaves the sky, I know this is only the beginning. The gathering of the Olympian forces is not just a prelude, it's a reckoning, a clash of destinies, where the line between hero and villain blurs like smoke in the wind. And as the first wave crashes against us, I brace myself, knowing that our stories are still unfolding, an unfinished symphony teetering on the brink of chaos. She stood at the edge of the abyss, breath hitching in her throat, heart pounding like a war drum, echoing against the cold stone walls of the cavern. Shadows flickered like dying embers in the corners, and the air felt thick, heavy with the weight of unsaid words, unshed tears. The darkness seemed to pulse, alive, hungry for her fear. And there, just beyond the flickering light, lay the remnants of her past, fragments of memories that bled into one another, shimmering with both beauty and horror. "Prometheus," she whispered, the name catching in her throat. "Why must you bear this burden alone?" Chloe's hands trembled, not just from the chill that seeped into her bones, but from the knowledge that the Titan had sacrificed everything for a world that didn't even know his name. Flames flickered in the distance, a haunting reminder of the fire he had stolen from the gods, the divine gift that had ignited humanity but scorched his own heart. She remembered the whispered legends, the tales of his punishment, bound to a rock, his liver devoured daily by an eagle, only for it to regrow, an endless cycle of pain. She felt the weight of that pain deep within her own soul, where the echoes of her father's illness and her mother's despair reverberated like a haunting lullaby. Each day, she fought against the relentless tide of nothingness, her heart a stormy sea of grief and guilt, wondering if she too was cursed to carry burdens meant for gods. "Why?" she cried, the sound raw and desperate, a plea to the universe itself. "Why do we suffer for the sake of others? Why do we love when it only leads to heartache?" Behind her, Marco stepped into the dim light, his presence grounding yet electric, a storm contained. He was both a beacon and a shadow, a reflection of her own turmoil. His eyes held secrets, pain buried beneath layers of bravado. He had once been her anchor, but now they drifted like two ships lost at sea, two souls intertwined but separate, haunted by the same ghosts that whispered lies of inadequacy and despair. "Chloe," he said softly, yet the tension thickened the air around them, coiling like a serpent, ready to strike. "You can't carry this alone." He didn't choose this fate, he was forced into it. Just like us. His words hung between them, heavy with unspoken truths. She remembered nights spent talking under the stars, laughter spilling from their lips like fireflies, illuminating the darkness. But like all things beautiful, that light had dimmed, swallowed by the shadows of their failures. The love they shared had become a fragile thread, fraying at the edges, caught in the storm of their changing lives. "Maybe we're meant to suffer," she murmured, eyes glazed with unshed tears, vision blurring as memories flooded in, her mother's frail frame, her father's vacant stare, the doctors with their solemn faces, the whispered conversations that echoed through dim-lit hallways. "Maybe that's the price we pay for wanting to care, for wanting to love." His hand brushed her arm, a fleeting touch that sent electric shivers racing through her. "No. No. Prometheus gave us fire for a reason. He wanted us to rise, to create, to defy the darkness." "Defy the darkness," she echoed, the word spiraling in her mind, wrestling against the tide of hopelessness that threatened to drown her. But at what cost? He lost everything. So did we. In that moment, the cavern seemed to pulse, the shadows dancing with renewed vigor, stirring memories and fears alike. The walls whispered secrets of hopes dashed and dreams deferred, of the weight of expectation that crushed the spirit. She felt her heartbeat synchronize with the rhythm of the cavern, a reminder that life surged even in the depths of despair, even in the face of insurmountable odds. "Chloe," Marco said, his voice trembling with emotion, "we can't let this consume us. We can't keep living in the past." His eyes bore into hers, raw and pleading, a lighthouse in the storm, but the depths of her turmoil threatened to pull her under. "But what if I can't let go? What if I'm meant to bear this pain, just like Prometheus?" He stepped closer, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from him, a stark contrast to the chill of the cave. "We can't be bound by fate. We can fight. We can take the fire he gave us and turn it into something beautiful." With those words, a flicker of hope ignited deep within her, a fragile spark quivering against the cold. Memories of laughter, the warmth of shared dreams, the glory of possibilities crashed over her like waves. She thought of the nights spent planning their future, of dreams spun like intricate tapestries. But then came the ghosts, the heartache, the fear, the stinging loss that clawed at her insides. "What if we fail?" The word slipped from her mouth, heavy and laden with dread. "What if we aren't strong enough?" He reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, tender yet fierce, as if to chase away the shadows that loomed over them. "We are strong enough. Together." In that moment, she could almost see Prometheus standing before them, a titan of pain and hope, a symbol of rebellion against the darkness. They were not alone, they were part of a legacy that reached beyond the stars, a reminder that even in suffering, there existed the possibility of transformation. "Together," she whispered, the word of promise etched into the air around them. The shadows began to recede, the walls of the cavern no longer oppressing but breathing, alive with potential. But just as the darkness seemed to retreat, a distant rumble echoed through the cave, a reminder that the battle was far from over. The earth shuddered beneath their feet, and an ominous wind howled through the crevices, a warning that fate had not finished writing its story. Their eyes locked, both terrified and exhilarated, the fire of Prometheus igniting within them, flickering with defiance in the face of an uncertain future. And as the echoes of their fears clashed with the strength of their resolve, they stood on the edge of a precipice, ready to confront the darkness, ready to fight for what was left of their shattered hearts. The moment hung between them, a heartbeat suspended in time, before the world around them exploded into chaos, the shadows swirling with renewed ferocity, the very essence of Prometheus urging them to rise, to remember, to live. The sky was torn asunder, a jagged wound of thunder and lightning that roared with a fury only the gods could muster. I stood in the eye of the storm, drenched to the bone, heart pounding like a war drum in my chest. The air crackled with tension, each breath a reminder of the impending chaos. It felt like the world itself held its breath, waiting for the moment when the fragile veil between the gods and mortals would shatter, spilling fate and fury in equal measure. I was not alone. Beside me, Callia gripped her dagger, knuckles white with fear and resolve. The shadows of the world danced around her, flickering like dying embers, yet her gaze burned fierce. I remembered her laughter, the way it echoed off stone walls, brightening even the darkest corners of our existence. But now, that laughter felt like a haunting memory, a ghost of what could be if we survived this night. "They'll come for us," she whispered, voice barely rising above the storm's wrath. Her eyes flickered toward the horizon, where dark figures loomed, draped in shadows thicker than night itself. And then there was Eryx, the reluctant warrior, his heart a battlefield of doubt and despair. The weight of his armor felt heavier than the mountains he had once climbed, each clang of metal a reminder of the battles he had lost, of friends turned to whispers, memories with no flesh. "Can we trust them?" he muttered, glancing at the gathering storm, at the ancient gods who had once turned their backs on mortals like us. "They abandoned us before. Why would they come now?" Desperation clawed at my throat. I looked at him, the man who had held my hand in dark times, who bore his scars with a raw honesty that left me both in awe and in pain. "Because if they don't, we are all dead," I said, the truth slicing through the tension like a blade. "This is the moment we've waited for. They are the only hope we have left." As the shadows drew closer, I could almost hear the whispers of ancient tales swirling around us, stories of betrayal and sacrifice, echoing through the chambers of history. I felt the pull of fate, the invisible strings tying us to those who had walked before us. The gods were coming, but not all of them bore good intentions. The wind howled, carrying with it a chill that pierced my bones. I remembered my mother's voice, softer than a lullaby. "When the gods come, they bring choice, but choice is often a curse." I had always thought her words were merely hyperbole, a mother's way of shielding her child from the harshness of reality. But as I stood in that moment, my heart a drumbeat of dread, I felt the weight of her wisdom pressing down on me. They emerged from the darkness, cloaked figures silhouetted against the fiery backdrop of the storm. The gods, once distant deities, now horrifyingly close, descended like rain, each step deliberate, each breath a testament to their power. Their faces were masks of both beauty and terror, ancient and ageless, reflecting the very fabric of our existence. "Will you fight?" Their voices thundered, echoing off cobblestones and through the marrow of our bones. Each syllable dripped with a sense of foreboding, as if the weight of their question could crush us into dust. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the earth alive with a pulse of fear. Eryx stepped forward, his expression a mixture of courage and uncertainty, a flicker of the hero he had the potential to be. "We fight for our lives," he declared, voice rising like a beacon in the storm. "We fight for our freedom, our families, for those who can't fight for themselves." The crowd, a mass of trembling souls, stirred behind us, emboldened by his words. He was not just a man, he was the embodiment of hope, a fragile spark igniting the hearts of the weary. But Callia, always the realist, shook her head, tears mingling with the rain on her cheeks. "Hope is empty without strength," she said, her voice a desperate plea. "We need more than just words. We need allies, and we need to be sure we can trust them." The tension was palpable, a thick fog of uncertainty that wrapped around us like chains. I felt the world narrow, the chaos outside fading into a distant murmur as I focused on this moment, this breath. "We may not have a choice," I murmured, my heart aching for the truth I had only just begun to accept. The gods were here, and whether we wanted to or not, we needed to unite with them. The storm raged on, but in that chaotic cacophony, I heard something else, a symphony of voices, melding the cries of mortals and the roars of gods. It was the sound of unity, a haunting melody that beckoned us to rise above our fears, to reach for something greater. My hands trembled as I extended them toward Eryx, toward Callia. Together! We face this together, no matter what darkness lies ahead. And then I saw it, a flicker in the shadows, a hint of light that danced just out of reach. In that moment, I realized we were not just assembling allies, we were forging a bond that transcended time and divinity. The ghosts of our pasts whispered in our ears, urging us onward, reminding us of the weight of every choice we made. As the gods drew closer, their intentions cloaked in mystery, I felt the pulse of inevitability surge through me. This was not just a battle for our lives, this was a reckoning, a collision of hearts and souls. The storm was not merely a backdrop, it was a harbinger of change, a testament to the resilience of those who dared to stand against the tide. "Let them come," I whispered, a fierce determination igniting within me. "Let them come." And as the first clash of metal rang out in the distance, the world shifted beneath our feet, propelling us toward a destiny we could not yet comprehend. The assembly had begun. The ground trembles beneath their feet, a deep, resonant growl that seems to echo through the very bones of the world. Silence hangs heavy, thick as fog, wrapping around them like a noose. In this moment, time stands still, a heartbeat suspended in anticipation, every breath a whisper of fate. I remember the scent of earth, rich, loamy, and alive, tinged with the metallic tang of impending chaos. The sun hangs low, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers of dread, clawing at the edges of courage. And there, amongst the growing tension, stands Callista. Her heart pounds like a war drum, fierce and relentless. She grips her spear, knuckles white, as doubt flickers in her eyes. She is afraid of failure, of the titans who loom like storm clouds, their eyes burning with ancient rage. But more than anything, she fears what she might become if darkness consumes her. In her dreams, she sees it, a shadow, a reflection of all she could lose, the laughter of her brother, the warmth of her father's embrace. Memories wrapped in joy, now suffocated under the weight of this impending battle. Across the field, Titanus stands resolute, shoulders squared, a brooding giant draped in shadows. He breathes deeply, pulling in the fading light, and it tastes like ashes, bitter and heavy. He carries a history of loss, a lineage of defeat, a haunting legacy that clings to him like a shroud. The Olympians are not just foes, they are his own flesh and blood, kin turned adversary, sworn to the same bloodline yet driven by divergent dreams. Titanus remembers the laughter shared in the sunlit halls of Olympus, the warmth that once filled the air, now replaced by the chill of betrayal. As he gazes across the battlefield, he sees Callista, her fierce spirit a flicker of flame against encroaching shadows. There's a bond there, unspoken yet palpable, each heartbeat echoing a story of love twisted into rivalry. He wants to scream, to shatter the silence with truth, that they are all just pawns in a larger game, but the words melt into a bitter taste, lodged deep in his throat. He can't let this be the end. He won't. The ground shakes again, a tremor that rattles the air, like a warning bell tolling through the ages. The Titans step forward, colossal and terrifying, a parade of wrath and ambition, their faces carved from fear and power. Each stride echoes with the weight of 1,000 failures, a reminder of the time lost in the shadows of their dreams. Titanus feels it, a force so primal, so intoxicating, it swells within him, begging to be unleashed. But in that moment, he questions, is he a monster? Or merely a man desperate to reclaim a home lost to ambition? Callista's heart races as she raises her spear, daring to dream of victory, yet haunted by the spectre of defeat. She remembers her father's words, courage is the light that cuts through the dark. But how can she be a light in a world so steeped in shadows? The memories of their shared laughter haunt her, the images of family dinners, the warmth of love that once enveloped her now twisted into a noose of expectation. Her breath hitches, she can feel the weight of generations upon her shoulders, so much history, so much pain. Hold fast! The command slices through the air, sharp as the edge of her spear. It is a rallying cry, a desperate plea for unity amidst the chaos, and she throws herself into it, embracing the surge of adrenaline pulsing through her veins. The Titans surge, a wave of fury crashing against the battlements of her resolve, and it feels like the end of everything she has ever known. Suddenly, the world erupts. A cacophony of roars and screams fills the air, a symphony of chaos that drowns out reason. Titanus charges forward, his great frame a blur of motion, eyes alight with ancient power and a desperate need for belonging. He feels the ground beneath him yield, the earth crumbling as he pushes against the tide of fate. Time warps around him, a cruel trick, as he loses himself in the moment, forgetting everything but the sound of his heartbeat, loud and wild as he races toward the collision. Callista feels the world narrowing, the focus sharpening into a singular point of purpose and fear. She plunges forward, spear raised high, heart an inferno of emotion. Memories flash, her brother's laughter, her mother's warmth, the whispers of her father echoing tales of bravery. But now, just now, as she hurtles toward the fray, she is not merely a daughter, a sister, she is a warrior, forged in the fires of love and loss. The clash is thunderous, a reverberating symphony of metal and flesh, of dreams turned to nightmares in a heartbeat. Titanus feels the impact of battle, the sting of betrayal as he meets the weight of his kin, and it is all-consuming. He fights not just for his survival but for the flickering hope of redemption, a prayer that somewhere in this chaos, they can find a way back to each other. And then, in the thick of it, their eyes meet. Callista and Titanus, warriors on opposing sides, trapped in a maelstrom of conflict and emotion. The recognition is electric, a jolt that cuts through the haze of battle, igniting a spark of understanding. They are not merely adversaries, they are reflections of each other's struggles, each a testament to the scars of their lineage. The battlefield is a tempest now, a swirling vortex of chaos and despair, but within that chaos lies the glimmering possibility of rebirth. Their hearts race, a drumbeat of hope against the odds, even as the shadows threaten to consume them both. It is in the storm that they find clarity, a whisper of what could be a world reborn from the ashes of despair, where laughter might once again echo through the halls of Olympus. And as the dust swirls around them, time holds its breath, caught in the fragile balance of destiny. The first skirmish has begun, but it is only a prelude, a haunting melody of what is yet to come. Every heartbeat, every breath, echoes with the promise of more, a relentless rhythm that pulls them deeper into the darkness, into the heart of a conflict that will reshape the heavens themselves. The ground trembled beneath us, a low growl like a wild beast awakening from a long slumber. It felt as though the earth herself was alive, breathless and angry, ready to unleash her wrath. I stood at the edge of the ravine, the air thick with an acrid scent, a mix of burnt earth and something sweeter, something almost mournful. My heart pounded in my chest, a frantic drummer begging for escape, while the ghostly whispers of the wind shivered through the trees. This was no ordinary day, this was a reckoning. I turned to MIA, her face as pale as the moon in a starless sky. She was always the steady one, the anchor in our stormy sea of chaos. But today, her hands trembled, fingers twitching like they wanted to grasp at something solid, something to tether her to reality. This isn't just a landslide, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper, cracked and raw. It's something worse. She looked at me, her eyes wide and haunted, as if she could see the shadows creeping behind me, ghosts of our past mistakes, decisions we thought were small, ripples that turned into waves. And then there was Jack, standing at the mouth of the forest, his silhouette sharp against the twilight sky. He was a smoldering ember amid a storm, lost in his thoughts, cradling his guilt like a child. He had always been the wild one, the dreamer who chased the stars while I and MIA clung to the earth. But dreams can morph into nightmares, and now his recklessness threatened to consume us all. "We've messed with her," he muttered, eyes fixed on the gaping maw of the ravine where the land had split, a wound that we had carved into the earth with careless abandon. "Gaia isn't just a myth, you know. She's real, and she's angry." I remembered the stories, the hushed tales told in the warm glow of campfires, of how the ancestors revered the earth, how they listened to her heartbeat. I remember my grandmother's voice, rich with the weight of wisdom, telling me to tread lightly, to give thanks to the land. But we had taken too much, and now it felt as if the very ground was crying out, a lamentation echoing through the trees. With every inch of cracked soil, I felt her pain, her sorrow, her rage. MIA took a step closer, her breath coming in short bursts, a mounting terror clawing at her throat. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. The question hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of our choices. We were children playing in a world far too big for us, and now the consequences had come home to roost. "We need to fix this," I said, though the words felt hollow, a feeble whisper against the roar of the earth. Fixing it felt impossible, like trying to catch smoke with bare hands. I felt the shadows draw closer, curling around us like fingers, suffocating and intimate. But how? I could hear the desperation in my own voice, feel the hopelessness clawing at my insides. How do we fix a wound that runs this deep? Jack stepped forward, his brow furrowed, deep lines etched into his face like scars. We find a way to make amends. We need to listen to her. The intensity in his voice was disarming, igniting a spark of something deep within me, igniting a flicker of determination. We need to apologize to Gaia. A chill swept through the air, prickling my skin. Apologies were easy to utter, but how does one apologize to an entity as vast as the earth? Mia squeezed my hand tightly, grounding me, reminding me we were not alone. I remember the stories, she said suddenly, her eyes lighting up as though a forgotten ember had been blown back to life. The rituals, the songs. She was grasping at the threads of hope, weaving them into something more tangible. We moved like shadows through the trees, hearts racing as we searched for the ancient stones that marked the sacred ground. Each step felt like a prayer, a plea for redemption. The whispers of the wind wrapped around us, threading through the branches, and I could hear her voice, soft yet insistent, a cacophony of heartbeat and pulse, a reminder that life thrummed beneath our feet. As we reached the clearing, I felt it, a palpable energy in the air, crackling like static. The stones stood like sentinels, worn smooth by time, each one a reminder of the bond we had severed. "We've taken too much," I murmured, and the words fell heavy upon the stones, reverberating through the silence. "We've forgotten our place." Jack knelt, palms pressed against the earth, his forehead touching the ground, as if he sought forgiveness from something greater than us. "We're sorry," he said, voice trembling with raw emotion, and I felt the weight of his words settle over us like a heavy fog. It was an offering, a small flicker of humility in the vast expanse of our arrogance. Mia joined him, drawing a small circle in the soil, tracing lines of connection that pulsed with energy. "Let's give back," she urged, her voice a trembling thread weaving through the air, pulling us closer. "Let's restore what we can." And in that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an ethereal glow across the clearing, I felt the earth respond, a shiver running through the ground, a sigh of release. It was terrifying and beautiful, a reminder of the intertwining fates of humanity and the planet. The shadows danced around us, wild and unpredictable, but they were no longer fearful, they were alive with potential. The wind howled like a wounded creature, urging us on. The past wasn't just lingering in the shadows, it was alive within us, echoing through our souls. The weight of history bore down on our shoulders, and in that moment, I understood. This crisis was not just about the land, it was about us, the choices we made, the lives we lived, and the consequences that sprawled out like tendrils, reaching into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, electric and raw. The confrontation was coming, the reckoning, Gaia was calling, and we were ready to answer. With every heartbeat, every trembling breath, I could feel the world shift beneath our feet. Time itself felt suspended, hanging in the balance, like a pendulum poised to swing, caught between mercy and wrath. We stood at the precipice, staring into the abyss, a dark void that promised both destruction and renewal. The night beckoned, and as we took that first step into the void, the stars above bore witness. In that moment, we became part of something greater, something ancient and infinitely powerful, the heart of Gaia thrumming beneath us, alive with fury and forgiveness. The journey ahead was unwritten, an empty canvas that waited for us to paint with our souls. And so we trembled, holding our breaths, ready to see what she would reveal. The air was electric, crackling like the tension that coursed through every nerve in my body. I stood at the precipice of chaos, the moon a voyeur above, casting its silver gaze upon a battlefield that had yet to see blood. Shadows twisted in the corners of my vision, whispering secrets of dread. I could hear the whispers of the forgotten, those who had trodden this path before me. My heart raced, pounding against my ribcage like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the weight of our choices. I remember when we laughed, when this moment was a distant dream. Now, it loomed like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. Marcus was pacing, his boots thudding against the cobblestones, each step a ticking clock counting down to our demise. There was something frantic in his movements, a caged animal desperate for escape, but there was nowhere to run. He ran a hand through his hair, already disheveled by the worry etched into his brow. "We can't wait any longer," he said, voice trembling like the blade strapped to his side. "The enemy is gathering strength like the tide, and we are mere mortals, standing against the waves." "Mortals?" I shot back, my voice sharper than anticipated. "You think they care about our humanity? They will carve us like the butchers they've always been." I struggled to keep my voice steady, but inside, panic writhed like a serpent. I remembered my father's face the last time he left, his hollow eyes, the weight of his unspoken fears. He had never returned. Athena stood in the corner, arms crossed, her eyes like twin suns, burning with an intensity that threatened to consume us all. "You're both wrong," she said, her voice cool despite the fire raging around us. "It's not about mortals or monsters. It's about choices. We are the architects of our fate. We decide if we stand and fight or if we allow them to walk over us like we are nothing but dust." Dust. The word echoed in my mind. I remember the day I swept the floor of my childhood home, the way the particles danced in the sunlight, ephemeral and fleeting. That's what we were, fleeting shadows in a world that craved permanence. I looked at Marcus, his spirit so alive, yet so close to the edge of despair. He was always so hopeful, so naive in his belief that we could change everything with strength alone. "And what of your strategy, Athena?" I pressed. "What glorious plan do you have that can save us?" Her lips curled into a smile that held no warmth. "Zeus has spoken," she stated, her voice low, a blend of reverence and fear. "We lure them into the open. We strike when they least expect it. It's a bold move, but it is our only chance." The idea clawed at the back of my mind like a beast hungry for flesh. My heart sank, but I couldn't help but feel the pull of her words. "A bold move," I murmured, testing the weight of the phrase. "And if we fail?" "Then we die as warriors," Marcus interjected, fire igniting anew in his eyes. "Better to die on our feet than live on our knees." The intensity of his conviction stirred something deep within me, a flicker of hope amidst the despair. Yet, beneath the surface, a darkness loomed. I could almost taste it, copper and ash, the remnants of loss swirling through my mind like the ghosts of fallen comrades. The night was alive with the echoes of their laughter, their voices haunting me, reminding me of the fragility of our existence. "Do you think they remember?" I whispered, more to myself than to them. "Who?" Athena asked, her brow furrowing. "The ones who fell," I replied, swallowing the lump in my throat. "Do you think they remember what it was to breathe? To love? To stand in the light of day without fear?" There was silence, thick and suffocating, before Marcus spoke again, softening his tone. "They remember. We carry their memories with us like chains, binding us to their fate." The weight of those words settled like a shroud over my shoulders, heavy and unyielding. I could feel the chill creeping in, seeping through the cracks of my resolve. I remembered standing by the river, watching the water flow, every ripple a reminder that life continued, even when we felt lost. As the moon began its slow descent, a plan formed in the depths of my despair. "We use the shadows," I said, the revelation bursting forth like a tide crashing against the shore. "We draw them in, let them think they have the upper hand. We become the ghosts they fear. We haunt them." Athena's eyes sparkled with recognition. "A strategy as old as time. Let them underestimate us." "Do you know what that means?" Marcus added, voice rising with excitement. "We must become the very thing they dread." The fire ignited in our hearts, a sudden blaze that warmed us against the encroaching cold. Each heartbeat became a rallying cry, a promise etched into the fabric of our souls. But somewhere in the back of my mind, doubt lingered like a spectre refusing to depart. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, those who had fought bravely and fallen. Each one a reminder of the price of war, the cost of choices made in the name of hope. Yet, as darkness loomed closer, as the shadows deepened, I could hear the whispers of the past urging us forward. This was not just a battle, it was a reckoning. The ghosts of our choices gathered, standing beside us, ready to fight once more. "Let us make our stand," I declared, the words spilling forth with a fierceness that surprised even me. "Tonight, we become legends." In that moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, the cosmos swirling in a dance of fate and fury. There was no turning back. With every breath, we committed ourselves to the fight, woven into the very fabric of the night. The air thickened with anticipation, each heartbeat a drumroll heralding the storm to come. We were alive, aflame with a purpose that surged through our veins like wildfire. And as we moved forward, the shadows clung to us, wrapping around our hearts like a shroud, promising either glory or oblivion. The echoes of our past whispered in chorus, reminding us that we were not alone. We were the culmination of dreams, of fears, of countless souls intertwined. I remember that night. I remember the weight of our decisions, the thrill of the unknown. And I remember knowing that with every step we took into the darkness, we did so together. The time for planning was over. Now, the tides of fate were shifting, and the world was holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The storm roared over Mount R3, a tempest of wind and fury, as the jagged peaks clawed at the sky like desperate fingers grasping for a salvation that was never going to come. Lightning split the air, illuminating the darkened sky for a heartbeat, revealing the silhouette of Titan statues, their expressions twisted in eternal torment. I stood at the base, heart pounding, the air electric with anticipation, fear, and something darker. I remember the whispers of the past echoing around me, tales of gods and monsters, of betrayal and vengeance, stories that felt all too real in this moment. A scream pierced the air, sharp and raw. It was Cassandra, her voice a haunting wail that sent a cold shiver down my spine. She was crumpled on the ground, hands clawing at the earth as if trying to root herself against an unseen force. I rushed to her side, the mud sucking at my boots, the storm swirling around us like a living thing, hungry, insatiable. "Cassandra!" I shouted, but my voice felt small against the tempest, a mere whisper swallowed by the chaos. "Do you see them?" she gasped, eyes wide and wild, pupils dilated like black holes. "They're coming for us!" Her breath was ragged, each inhale a struggle as if the air itself was poisoned. I glanced back toward the mountain's shadow, dread coiling in my gut. The Titans, like ghosts of a forgotten era, lingered just beyond sight, watching, waiting. Then there was Thaddeus, trembling at the edge of sanity, clutching a rusted sword that looked as if it had been forged in the fires of despair. "They can't take us," he shouted, but his voice quaked, and it was clear he was trying to convince himself more than anyone else. I remember the way he looked at Cassandra, his fear morphing into an unyielding resolve. There was love simmering beneath his surface, a fierce, protective instinct that made my heart ache. Yet, I could see the doubt flitting in his eyes like shadows in the dark, a desperation to save what was already lost. "Thaddeus!" I yelled, but he was too far gone in his mind, lost in the labyrinth of his thoughts. "Focus! We need to get to the ridge." I could feel the fractures in my own heart, where hope cracked and bled. We were all slipping, one breath at a time, into the abyss. The wind howled around us, and I could taste the bitterness of fear on my tongue, thick and suffocating. I reached down, gripping Cassandra's shoulders, grounding her with my presence. "Look at me," I demanded softly, but fiercely. "We're still here. We can fight." In her gaze, I saw a flicker of the girl who once smiled so easily, the girl who danced beneath the stars with a wild abandon, unafraid of the shadows. I wanted to pull that girl back from the brink, to shield her from the nightmare encroaching upon us. "Remember the night we laughed until dawn?" Cassandra whispered, her voice trembling like a fragile thread. "Remember how the stars seemed to nod along? I didn't think we'd ever see a day like this." Her words were a lifeline, and I clung to them, a refusal to let this be the end of our tale. I could feel the warmth of the memory, bright against the chilling reality we faced. "Do you want to die here, in this storm?" Thaddeus barked, his voice edged with panic. "We fight! We're not their playthings." His words hung in the air, a desperate echo of defiance. But inside him, I sensed a turmoil, an understanding that this battle was not just with the Titans, but with the shadows of our own fears and failures. How had we come to this precipice, haunted by our pasts, chased by the ghosts of our broken dreams? The thunder clapped in agreement, angry and roaring, drowning out our resolve. I could feel the weight of the mountain pressing down on us, the history of betrayal etched into its stone. The Titans had once walked this earth, gods and monsters entwined, and now their legacy was a curse, a reminder of what awaited those who dared to hope. We moved, stumbling toward the ridge, the path slick with rain and confusion. I could see the shadows gathering, a dark tide rising behind us. Each step felt like a heartbeat, echoing against the stones, a reminder that time was slipping through our fingers. I gritted my teeth, determination rising like a phoenix from the ashes of despair. We were alive. We had breath. "Keep going," I urged, my voice a rallying cry against the howling winds. Cassandra gripped my hand, her fingers cold and trembling. "What if we don't make it?" she asked, her voice so small, it broke my heart. "What if this is where it ends?" I forced a smile, though my insides twisted with grief. "Then we'll make it a hell of a story to tell," I said, trying to infuse humor into the darkness. "Imagine the gods trying to write about our demise. They bathed once a year. So, yeah, romance was earthy." My attempt at levity fell flat, but it was a lifeline, a thread to hold onto in the storm of uncertainty. We reached the ridge, the earth crumbling beneath our feet, and the storm raged above us, chaos incarnate. The Titans stirred, a deep rumble vibrating through the ground, and I saw their shadows twist and merge, a dance of despair and fury. We were out of time. In that moment, I realized that we were not merely fighting against ancient beings, we were wrestling with our own demons, the regrets, the shattered dreams, the whispers of doubt. We were flawed and broken, but we were alive. And as the storm screamed around us, as the Titans loomed ever closer, I held tight to that truth. "Together," I murmured, a soft promise against the thunder. A bond forged in chaos, a flicker of hope in the depths of despair. We stood on the brink, ready to face whatever vengeful storm the Titans had in store for us. And in that moment, I understood that though we were small against the giants, our hearts beat fiercely, defiant in the face of oblivion. The ghosts of history watched as we took our stand, a beautiful rebellion against fate itself, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The storm, the Titans, the shadows, they were merely backdrops to our unfinished story, and we were just getting started. The ground trembles beneath my feet as the war drums begin their relentless beat, each thud a portent of the storm to come. I can taste the acrid tang of fear mingling with the dust of the battlefield. Faces around me are twisted in a grotesque blend of rage and terror, warriors clad in armor that glints like shattered dreams. I remember the stillness before the chaos, a moment suspended in time when shadows danced along the edges of fate, whispering promises of both glory and ruin. There he stands, Magnus, knight of the shattered shield, his eyes aflame with a ferocity that belies the vulnerability lurking beneath his scarred exterior. I see the ghosts of his past flicker in the depths of his gaze, memories of betrayal and loss clinging to him like a second skin. "I will not let history repeat itself," he growls, a vow forged in the fires of his own despair. Each word is a dagger, sharp and decisive against the backdrop of impending doom. And there's Lyra, the sorceress with a heart of ice. Her fingers spark with latent power, electric threads of magic weaving through the air, an intoxicating promise of destruction. She stands apart, a lone figure against the crush of bodies, haunted by the weight of expectations that settle like lead in her chest. "We don't have to fight," she pleads, her voice a fragile whisper that quivers against the impending roar. But even as she speaks, I see the flicker of resolve in her eyes. She knows the darkness that has taken root in Magnus's soul, a darkness that threatens to consume him whole. Suddenly, the air erupts with the clash of metal, the cacophony of battle spinning into a symphony of chaos. I can't breathe. The world narrows to the thudding of my heartbeat, each pulse an urgent reminder of the stakes laid bare before us. I remember the tales of old, where gods would walk among mortals, their laughter like thunder and their rage a tempest. Are we but echoes of their strife, mere pawns in a game played by titans? The first line of enemy warriors surges forward, a tidal wave of ferocity, and Magnus charges, his sword a comet racing through the night sky. I want to scream, to pull him back from the brink, but the words catch in my throat, swallowed by the roar of the battle. I remember the last time he fought with such fervor, the day he lost everything. No one told him that victory comes at a price, a bitter toll paid in blood and heartache. Lyra follows close behind, her magic weaving intricate patterns that explode in vibrant bursts of light, a desperate dance to stave off the inevitability of death that looms over us like a hungry spectre. "No more, please." The words spill from her lips, filled with a raw desperation that pierces through the chaos. She remembers the day she discovered her power, the moment it surged within her like wildfire, a blessing and a curse entwined. The weight of her choices hangs heavy in the air, a tangible force that binds us all to the looming fate. The battlefield morphs into a surreal landscape. Shadows bleed into one another, every scream is a haunting echo of choices made and lives lost. I close my eyes for a fleeting moment, letting the madness wash over me until a voice cuts through the haze. It's Magnus, his cry of defiance ringing through the din, a battle cry that reverberates in my very bones. For those we've lost, he shouts, and in that moment, I see the faces of those who came before us, friends, family, the lives intertwined with our own. And then, in an instant, it all shifts. A figure emerges from the smoke, cloaked in shadows, an embodiment of malevolence that feels like a shroud wrapped tightly around my throat. The ground shakes again, this time with a sense of foreboding, as the embodiment of chaos steps forth. I see the glint of steel and the flash of an ominous smile. The enemy commander, a titan among men, towering and terrible, eyes cold as the void. "Come, children of the light," he taunts, his voice a silken thread binding us to despair. With every heartbeat, the air thickens with tension. Magnus lunges forward, rage fueling his every move, but I see the crack forming in his resolve, the haunting memory of loss, the specter of his past clawing at his sanity. Lyra flares beside him, her energy coiling, ready to strike, but I can feel her hesitation, a flicker of doubt that threatens to extinguish her flame. We are not alone, I want to scream, but the words dissolve into the chaos, a futile prayer against the storm. The titan lunges, the clash of steel against steel ringing out like a funeral dirge. Magnus stumbles, pain etched on his features as the weight of his burdens drags him down. I reach out, desperate to bridge the chasm of fear between us, but the world spins, and I'm lost in the whirlwind. Lyra's voice rises above the fray, powerful and unwavering. "This ends now." She unleashes her fury, a torrent of energy that wraps around Magnus like a lifeline, igniting a flame within him. The air crackles with anticipation, the very fabric of reality shifting as we stand on the precipice of an uncertain victory. Time stretches, a canvas painted in shades of dread and determination. I remember the clock, its steady tick-tock echoing in my mind, a reminder that every moment counts, every decision leads us closer to our fate. The shadows lengthen, the horizon bleeds into darkness, and I understand now, we are not just fighting for ourselves, but for a future, for the whispers of dreams unfulfilled. With renewed strength, Magnus rises, the warrior within him reawakening. For those we've lost, he roars again, and in that moment, the world around us shifts. The Titan's eyes widen, a flicker of uncertainty breaking through the facade of invincibility. The tide has turned, but we still stand on the knife edge of destiny. The clash of titans and gods is far from over, it is merely the beginning, a pulse that promises to echo through the annals of time, binding us together in this fight against the shadows. I feel the weight of their lives, the burden of their hopes, and I know, this battle is not merely mine or theirs. It belongs to each of us, each heartbeat a testament to our existence, each breath a defiance against the dark. The storm is far from calm, and as the night deepens, I brace myself for the tempest that is yet to come, a battle that will shape not just our destinies, but the very essence of who we are. The moon hung low, a silver coin cast upon a velvet canvas, and in the shadow of the ancient trees, whispers flickered like fireflies. I stood there, heart thundering, as the cold wind curled around me, a twisting serpent of fear and anticipation. The air crackled with something electric, something that made the hairs on my arms stand to attention. Hecate! The name dripped from my mind like honey, sweet yet bitter. She was here, somewhere, her presence cloaked in the wafting scent of burning sage and something darker. I remember Sarah, her eyes wide, reflecting those moonlit shards of light, as if she could see the threads of fate weaving in the shadows. She clutched a tattered spellbook to her chest, pages yellowed and frayed, words that trembled with an ancient magic. "This isn't just a ritual, Sam," she said, her voice sharp enough to cut through the tension. "It's a summoning. We're not just calling on her, we're inviting her into our lives." Yet her words felt like a blade, slicing through the fabric of my resolve. A thrill of dread coiled in my stomach. I had watched Sarah tumble down this path, obsessed, desperate for answers to questions we never should have asked. What had begun as innocent curiosity had turned into something sinister. I could feel my heartache bloom fiercely, a stubborn flower pushing through the cracks of my soul, for I, too, had wanted to wield the power of magic, to escape the mundane, to bend fate to my will. The clearing opened up before us like a moor, hungry and vast, the trees standing as silent witnesses. I remember the way the ground felt, soft, almost like it was breathing, and I imagined it housing 1,000 lost hopes. "Why are we doing this?" I whispered, the words clawing their way out, desperate for release. But Sarah was lost, her gaze locked on the center of the clearing, where white candles flickered, dancing shadows across the earth. My pulse raced with each flicker, each heartbeat echoing desperation. "Because we have to know," she replied, and in that moment, I saw it, the flicker of madness in her eyes, a spark of something that sent a chill racing down my spine. "The truth of who we are. And if Hecate can show us," I couldn't finish the thought. I could feel it, rolling around in my mind like a dark tide. Hecate, the goddess of magic, of the unseen, the three-faced keeper of the crossroads. I had read the stories, the legends that threaded through time like a noose, tightening around those who dared to summon her. My heart drummed louder, a war song against the suffocating silence. "Remember," Sarah said, kneeling before the candles, her hands trembling as she traced the sigils in the dirt. "She is a guardian, a guide. But be careful, she walks the line between light and darkness." The air thickened with her words, a powerful incantation that coiled around my throat. I felt a pull, an invitation to join her in this reckless dance. But before I could answer, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Eli, my brother, his face ghostly pale, eyes wide like saucers. "You shouldn't be here," he rasped, the urgency in his voice echoing like a warning bell. I felt it, something is wrong. Eli had always been the cautious one, the tether keeping my feet on the ground. His presence, usually a balm, now felt oppressive, a shroud of doom wrapping around us. "Leave," I urged, but fear wrestled with the yearning for connection. "You don't understand, neither do you," he shouted, and the sound shattered the air, a crack in the fragile spell we were weaving. "This isn't just a game, Sam. Hecate doesn't play nice." In that moment, I felt it, the weight of choice pressing down like a leaden cloak. I saw Eli, so torn between love and fear, and Sarah, lost in her pursuit of power, both of them standing on the precipice. My heart raced, a frantic percussion in the stillness, as shadows curled around us, whispering secrets that had long been buried. Then it happened. A gust of wind surged through the clearing, extinguishing the candles in an instant, plunging us into darkness. My heart lurched, that primal fear clawed at my insides. The world around us twisted, the shadows dancing widely, not with mirth but with a grotesque glee. I could feel Hecate's presence seeping into the air, an intoxicating blend of promise and peril. "Get back!" Eli shouted, and I stumbled, panic fraying the edges of my sanity. Sarah's laugh broke through the chaos, ringing hollow, as if mocking our helplessness. "We can't turn back now. Hecate demands a sacrifice. What are we willing to pay?" Her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I felt a cold sweat break across my skin, a visceral dread clawing at my throat. Memories flooded my mind, my father's warnings, the stories of those who had summoned Hecate before us, the price they had paid. Oh, how I remembered the ghostly tales of lost souls and broken dreams. And then it came, a figure emerging from the depths, a silhouette draped in shadows, a chilling smile glinting like ice. "Hecate!" Her voice was velvet, smooth yet laced with steel. "You have called me." Each word slithered through the air, a caress that turned to ice in my veins. In that moment, I stood at the crossroads of fear and longing, caught in a snare of my own making. The remaining light flickered, and as the shadows thickened, I felt the pull of destiny, a choice laced with temptation, a decision that would echo through time and space. And we were there, trembling on the edge, where magic melded with madness, a dance upon the knife's edge. The night held its breath, the universe itself shivering in anticipation, as Hecate's gaze bore into our souls, unraveling secrets, desires, and fears, all entwined in the dark tapestry we had woven. My heart raced, fear clawing at my insides as the abyss opened wide before us, shimmering with possibilities, and the question trembled in the air, unspoken yet deafening. What would we sacrifice for a glimpse of truth? A howl cuts through the stifling night's air, raw and unrestrained, echoing against the trembling stone walls. I stand in the middle of the chaos, my heart a drumbeat of dread, each pulse a countdown to the inevitable. The moon hangs heavy, a ghostly witness to what's unfolding. Shadows dance, and the world feels like a pressure cooker, simmering with tension, ready to explode. I remember the weight, the unmistakable weight of responsibility pressing down on me, crushing, suffocating. A weight that had become part of my flesh, my very essence. Evelyn! The scream reverberates, splintering the night. It's Liam, his voice ragged with desperation. I turn, and there he is, eyes wide, fear curling his lips in a silent plea. He's always been too trusting, too hopeful. I can't tell him what I know, what I feel, he wouldn't understand. No one could. I remember the stories whispered in hidden corners, tales of titans and gods, of burden and consequence. Atlas, they said, condemned to hold the sky, an eternal punishment, a never-ending struggle. But they didn't know what it was like. This was my Atlas moment, and the sky was threatening to fall. The wind shifts, and the bitter scent of ash fills my lungs. I close my eyes, but the images won't fade. Memories claw at me. I remember the day he asked me to lead. The sun had glimmered, the promise of a brighter future hanging like ripe fruit just out of reach. "You're our only hope, Evelyn," he had said, his hands warm on my shoulders. Hope. Such a fragile thing. But hope doesn't shield you from the truth. The truth is a knife, sharp and unforgiving. I had taken on this weight willingly, no, foolishly, believing that perhaps I could shape our destiny. But here we were, on the brink, and I could feel the world unraveling, tendrils of despair creeping in. I remember the moment clarity shattered my illusions. It was in the stillness of night, a creeping dread that whispered of betrayal, of choices made in the shadows. Evelyn! Liam's cry pulls me back. I see it now, the flickering torchlight illuminating the gathering crowd, faces twisted with fear, uncertainty. People I had promised to protect. The reality of my promises crashes over me like waves, relentless and cold. "We can't let them take you." His voice breaks, desperation lacing every syllable. And I'm torn, my heart in a vice. I want to reach out, to assure him, but the truth is written in the lines of my palms, I may not be able to save anyone. I remember the way the world shifts, how easily it can turn on you. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the darkness, cloaked in shadows, an omen of what's to come. My breath hitches. I recognize the silhouette of Mara, the one who once stood beside me, now a spectre of betrayal. Her laughter still echoes in my ears, a haunting, melodic reminder of loyalties broken. "You think you can carry this alone," she taunts, voice silky and dangerous. "You're not Atlas, Evelyn. You're just a girl lost beneath the weight of your dreams." Anger ignites within me, a wildfire consuming reason. "What do you know about responsibility?" I snap, my words sharper than any blade. But inside, I tremble. I remember the shards of our friendship, the way trust splintered when the night turned dark. Liam steps forward, a barrier between Mara and me. "Leave her alone." His voice quakes, infused with a mixture of courage and terror. I can see the way he fights to keep his own panic at bay, how he stands taller, as if trying to lift the weight of our shared fears. But I'm a fortress crumbling from within. "You can't protect me, Liam," I whisper, the vulnerability spilling through the cracks. "I'm already lost." The sky rumbles overhead, a portent of the storm brewing. A flash of lightning illuminates the faces of the crowd, reflecting their desperation, their helplessness. I look into their eyes, and what I see is a mirror, flawed, terrified, questioning. They believed in me, in us, and now I am the one who holds the sky on my shoulders, and it feels too heavy, too immense. Mara's laughter rings out again, cruel and mocking. "You'll never be enough, Evelyn. This weight will crush you." Each word strikes like a hammer, the realization sinking deeper, gnawing at my resolve. But in that moment, I feel the flicker of something. It ignites in my chest, a fierce determination, the kind that surges when you feel the world closing in. I will not break, I declare, voice rising above the chaos, cutting through the despair like a knife through fog. I will not be what you say I am. And there is something in the air now, crackling with energy, as if the universe itself holds its breath. I see Liam's face, wide with disbelief, morphing into something that looks like pride, but also fear. Time stretches, a fragile thread barely holding us together. Come on, he urges, grasping my hand, his warmth seeping into my skin, grounding me. We can face this together. We'll find a way. His belief wraps around me, a lifeline, a spark in the suffocating darkness. But the shadows shift, and the storm is closing in. Mara stands there, a dark reflection of everything I fear becoming. You think you can escape this? You can't run from your fate. Her voice turns into a whisper, fanning the flames of doubt. I remember every time I felt small, every moment when the world seemed too vast, too unyielding. But in that flicker of light, with Liam beside me, I feel the chains of doubt cracking. There's a choice. Always a choice. Let's go, I breathe, determination carving my path. The night is dark, but I can almost see the stars, tiny pinpricks of hope scattered across the cosmos. Together, we step forward, the weight still heavy but somehow a little lighter. The confrontation looms ahead, shadows swirling, but I refuse to look back. This is our moment. This is our fight. Time ticks away, relentless, like a clock counting down to our destiny. And I remember, the weight I carry is not the end, it's merely the beginning. The Titan is alive within me, and as we move into the darkness, I clutch the light close, knowing that facing the storm is the only path to freedom. The moon hung low, a silent spectator cloaked in shadows, as the ground trembled beneath the weight of their unspeakable choices. I stood there, heart racing, breath shallow, as the icy wind screamed through the trees, pulling at my very soul. The air was thick with dread, an electric charge crackling in the night, echoing the betrayal that danced just beyond the flickering flames of our campfire. Ilara was there, her eyes like twin storms, fierce yet fractured. Her hands trembled, not from the cold but from the burden of secrets clawing at her resolve. I could see it, the flicker of doubt, the glimmer of defiance that waged war within her. They don't know, she whispered, the words a fragile thread barely holding back an avalanche of despair. They can't know. And I, Rianne, stood frozen between loyalty and love, torn by the weight of her words. In the heart of our world, the Titan, our leader, our protector, had become the very thing we fought against. I remember the days when the songs of glory rang through the halls, when his laughter filled our hearts with hope. Now, the air tasted of iron and ash, the echoes of our past dulled by the betrayal that thrummed ominously in the undercurrents of our lives. The camp lay draped in an uneasy silence, broken only by the distant howl of wolves, a haunting reminder of the wild chaos waiting just beyond the horizon. I could feel it, the pulse of something darker brewing in the night. It was as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash of ideals, of hearts, of lives entwined in fate's cruel embrace. I can't do this, Ilara said, her voice trembling, each syllable cutting deeper than any blade. His orders are madness. We're becoming the monsters we swore to fight. Her eyes burned with a fierce vulnerability, and I felt the weight of every unspoken word between us. I remembered when she first joined our ranks, a fierce spirit with dreams as wild as the night sky. Now, those dreams faded, shadows of what they once were, trapped beneath the looming spectre of a Titan who had strayed too far from his path. The fire crackled, sending sparks soaring into the abyss, and I felt the heat on my face like a warning. What if it's too late? I asked, the question hanging heavy between us, its gravity pulling at my very marrow. What if he knows? Another breath, another heartbeat, and she turned away, her silhouette swallowed by the darkness. Then we fight back, she said, her voice a whisper of fury and fear. We can still change this. We have to. But deep down, a chilling doubt curled in my gut, a serpent of despair that told me we were mere pawns in a game far more sinister than we could imagine. I remembered the whispers in the night, the glances exchanged in the shadows, how we had become prisoners of our own design. Our Titan had always claimed the right path, but now, those paths twisted in a labyrinth of betrayal and grief. I looked at her, the light of the fire casting a dance of shadows across her face, and something in me broke. "Elara, you can't mean that," I said, panic creeping into my voice. "What if he turns on us?" "We've seen it happen before, loyalty severed, friends turned to enemies in a blink." Tears glistened in her eyes, and for a moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 memories, a timeline collage of laughter, victories, and the warmth of companionship that felt like home. "I remember," she whispered, and I knew she was tracing back through the moments we had shared, the bonds we had forged. "I remember when we believed in something greater than ourselves. But now, that belief hung by a thread, fragile and fraying." The wind howled again, a mournful cry that sent shivers down my spine. The tree seemed to lean in, eavesdropping on our confessions, on our fears. I could feel the world pressing in, the very fabric of our lives at stake, as the reality of what lay ahead crystallized like ice in my veins. "Can we trust anyone?" I murmured, half to myself, half to her. "Can we trust even each other?" A flicker of anger sparked in her eyes, and she stepped closer, the heat of her resolve warming the chill surrounding us. "We have to," she insisted, fierce and unwavering. "If we don't, then we're already lost." And in that moment, I realized, the battle was not just external. It was us, our choices, our hearts. We had become entangled in a web spun from dreams and fears, and the Titan's betrayal was only the beginning. A rustle in the underbrush snapped me back, a sudden reminder that danger lurked just beyond our fragile bubble of trust. We were no longer just warriors in a fight against a monster, we had become the architects of our own fate, teetering on the brink of a chasm that could swallow us whole. The first cracks of dawn began to pierce the darkness, but there was no safety in the light. Instead, it cast long, haunting shadows across our doubts, illuminating the choices that lay before us. Each flicker of hope felt like a candle in a storm, fragile and fleeting. As the sun stretched its golden fingers across the horizon, I braced myself. This was the moment where we would either rise or fall, together or apart. And as I looked into Elara's eyes, I knew that whatever came next, we would face it as one. Because while betrayal had stained our hearts, love still flickered, stubborn and unyielding, a flame refusing to be extinguished. The breath of the coming storm lingered in the air, and the spectral whispers of a Titan's treachery loomed ever closer. Time slipped through our fingers like grains of sand, and I felt the clock of destiny ticking relentlessly forward, each second a step into the unknown, into the inevitable confrontation with our own truth. The air crackled with an electric tension, a silence thick enough to choke on. Shadows danced along the crumbling stone walls of the ancient temple, flickering like forgotten memories. Echoes of whispered prayers hung heavy, suffocating the air, as if the very stones held their breath, waiting. I could feel it, the weight of something terrible, something raw and hungry, lurking just out of sight. Nia clutched her sister's hand, knuckles white and trembling. Her heart pounded against her ribcage like a caged animal desperate to escape. "We shouldn't be here," she whispered, but her voice faltered, drowned by the distant wails that clawed at the edges of her sanity. It was the Furies, the avenging spirits of vengeance, stirring restlessly in the shadows. They were not mere myths, they were a terrifying reality, and they were coming. Across the chamber, Garrett paced like a caged lion, his hands raking through his unkempt hair, a storm of rage and regret. "I can't let them get away with this," he growled, eyes wild, filled with a blend of sorrow and fury. He had lost too much, a mother, a brother, all sacrificed to the cruel wheel of fate. "They think they can escape their sins? I will make them pay." The words erupted from him, raw and primal, a vow that echoed through the desolation. Nia tightened her grip on her sister, a flicker of fear igniting in her chest. She remembered shadows creeping through their childhood home, memories stained with the ghostly laughter of a time when life was innocent, unmarred by the bloodshed that had become their reality. "Garrett," she pleaded, her voice breaking, "this isn't the way. Vengeance won't bring them back." But Garrett was a tempest now, and storms are not easily calmed. He turned, eyes burning with a ferocity that sent a shiver down her spine. "You don't understand. They took everything from me. I have to make them feel what I feel, every cut, every loss." Each word was a dagger, driven deeper into the fragile fabric of family that threatened to unravel at any moment. And then there was Elara, trapped between them, her gaze darting from one sibling to the other. She felt like a leaf caught in a whirlwind, desperately grasping for control. "Please," she breathed, the weight of the world pressing down on her. This isn't justice. It's just pain." But her words fell like stones into the void, swallowed by the rising tide of fury. The shadows began to twist and writhe, morphing into figures with ghastly faces twisted in eternal anguish. The Furies manifested, spectral forms that glowed with a haunting luminescence. They advanced, their eyes burning like the coals of hell, weaving through the darkness like a predatory fog. Each step they took echoed in Nia's chest, a heartbeat, a countdown to something inevitable, something dreadful. "I remember," she whispered, "when we thought we could outrun our shadows." Her voice trembled, the memories flooding back, days spent laughing under bright, sunlit skies, the sweetness of stolen moments that felt like a dream. But now? The sun felt like a distant memory, eclipsed by the darkness creeping in. Garrett's jaw clenched, the veins in his neck pulsing with a fierce intensity. "I won't let them take you, Nia. Not again." With a suddenness that jolted them both, he lunged forward, a white-hot flash of desperation and rage. "You can't have her." But the Furies were not to be trifled with. They moved with an unsettling grace, weaving through the air like a chilling wind. Nia felt the encroaching darkness, the tightening grip of despair clawing at her throat. The air was thick with the scent of blood and betrayal, memories swirling like shadows around her. "Garrett," she cried, fear clawing at her heart. "Stop! You're not thinking straight." But her words were lost in the cacophony of wails, a chorus of the damned that echoed through the ancient stones. Elara stepped forward, trembling, heart racing. "We need to confront our pain, not feed it," she pleaded, voice straining under the weight of her own emotions. "We can't let it consume us." But the Furies were hungry, their wrath a relentless tide that surged forward, threatening to drown them all. The world felt suspended in time, a haunting moment stretched thin like a frayed thread. Nia's gaze shifted to the Furies, their ethereal forms swirling with an otherworldly energy. Their voices whispered promises of power, of retribution, but beneath that allure lay an undercurrent of despair, a reminder that vengeance was a double-edged sword. "Do you truly want to be one of them?" Nia whispered, her voice trembling with desperation as she reached for her brother. "Do you want to become a ghost of your own fury?" The tears welled in her eyes as she watched the conflict play out on Garrett's face, the battle between love and rage, between justice and revenge. And then it happened, a moment suspended in air, electric and charged. Garrett's hand faltered, his resolve wavering as the Furies closed in, their eyes piercing through him, searching for the remnants of his humanity. He breathed, voice caught in his throat. "I don't know." Suddenly, a flash of clarity ignited in his eyes, a flicker of realization. "I remember," he whispered, the words tasting like ash. "I remember the laughter, the days when we were whole." The Furies hesitated, their relentless advance faltering, as if his memories held a power over them, a light that pushed back the encroaching darkness. Nia took a step closer, heart hammering, the distance between them shrinking. "Then fight them, Garrett! Fight for us! For what we lost!" The shadows curled around them, hungry for despair, but Garrett stood firm, grounded by the love of his sister, the bond that had tethered them through the darkest nights. But the Furies were relentless, embodiment of grief and vengeance, thirsting for the blood of the guilty and the innocent alike. The air thickened with their rage, a maelstrom of emotion swirling, threatening to consume everything in its path. "Let us be your guide," the Furies whispered, their voices a haunting lullaby that curled around their minds, seducing them with promises of power, of retribution. Yet, in that moment of turmoil, a single truth cut through the chaos: vengeance was a path drenched in darkness, one that would lead them to forsake everything they held dear. As the smoky figures loomed closer, the atmosphere electrified, the realization hit like a dagger to the heart: this was not merely a battle between the living and the dead. It was a crucible, a test of their very souls. Would they succumb to the darkness within, or would they rise above it, find the courage to confront their pain without letting it consume them? And in that moment, everything paused, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of fate, waiting for a choice that would ripple through eternity. The air thickened with uncertainty, a charged silence that echoed with every heartbeat, every breath, a final confrontation between love and vengeance. The Furies watched, their hollow eyes reflecting the chaos of their spirits, craving the sweet release of anguish. But love was a force that could bend the very fabric of fate. And as Garrett and Nia stood together, they felt the tremors of change, the pulse of a new possibility igniting within. The battle was not just against the Furies, but against the darkness within. They were not alone, they were never alone. And as they faced the shadows, ready to confront the demons that haunted them, the air shimmered with a promise, the promise of transformation, of a future where the past didn't define them. The Furies, sensing the shift, recoiled, their shrieks of rage echoing like thunder in the storm of their conflict. The shadows began to waver, the darkness retreating, the power of love shining through the grief. And as time hung suspended, caught in the balance of anguish and hope, they stood at the edge of a reckoning, together, ready to face whatever came next. In the thick fog of dawn, the air trembles with an unsettling energy, a pulsing heartbeat that thrums beneath the surface. The ground is soaked with anticipation, as if the earth itself holds its breath, waiting for chaos to erupt. A low growl rolls through the valley, an echo of something ancient, something monstrous. I stand there, heart racing, fingers trembling, every instinct screaming that something is about to shatter the fragile veil of calm. I remember how it felt that morning, cold and sharp, like the edge of a broken blade. The scent of iron mixed with damp earth invaded my senses, a reminder of battles waged and blood spilled. I remember my brother, Elise, standing beside me, his face pale as the mist swirled around us, hiding the horrors that lay ahead. He always was the braver of us two, and yet, in that moment, I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. "We can't turn back," he whispered, voice laced with a fear that felt as tangible as the sword at his hip. Can you imagine? Standing before an army of giants, each one a 100-handed creature born from chaos and despair, and knowing you have to fight. I remember my mother's words, how she warned us of the 100-handed ones, shadows that danced in tales told by the firelight, creatures that snatched away hope like a child stealing sweets. "Stay away from the shadows," she said, "for they are hungry." But here I was, knee-deep in the very shadows she feared. The fog parted just enough to reveal their grotesque forms, limbs writhing like serpents. Disfigured and terrifying, they towered above us, eyes glinting with malice. With every heartbeat, I felt time fracture around me. Ely stepped forward, the bravado seeping back into his bones like a warm glow. "We fight for what's ours," he declared, though his voice trembled at the edges, a harbinger of the storm to come. I wanted to believe him, I wanted to cling to that spark of courage. But the 100-handed ones were more than monsters, they were a nightmare, a reflection of our deepest fears. I clenched my jaw, feeling the weight of my own cowardice pressing down on my chest. And then it began. The sound of chaos erupted like a trapped beast breaking free, shattering all hope of peace. The first clash of steel rang out, echoing like thunder against the stormy sky. I remember the feeling, the shattering adrenaline as I swung my sword, the blade glimmering in the dim light like a fleeting chance at survival. The air was thick with screams, the cries of my comrades merging into a symphony of terror. Every slash, every thrust felt like a desperate plea, like the last breaths of a dying man grasping at life. Elise was beside me, fighting with a ferocity I had never seen before. I watched as he carved through limbs, blood splattering like ink on parchment, painting a horrific picture of valor. I felt pride surge within me, but it was quickly drowned by the realization that with every victory, we were losing more than we could bear. For every 100-handed one that fell, another two took its place, a relentless tide of chaos threatening to swallow us whole. "Stay close!" I shouted, though the words felt hollow against the cacophony of battle. I had never been one for heroics, always the quiet scholar, lost in the pages of dusty tomes. But here I was, fighting not just for survival but for the brother who stood bravely at my side. I had to protect him. I remembered our childhood, the stories we whispered under the moonlight, dreams of heroes and glory that now lay shattered among the corpses. But dreams can turn into nightmares in an instant. In one heart-stopping moment, I saw Elis locked in combat with a particularly formidable foe, its many hands grasping him, pulling him into the dark abyss of despair. My breath caught, a chokehold of horror. "Elis!" I screamed, a raw plea, but it was drowned out by the roar of chaos. Time slowed, each second stretching into an eternity, and I felt my soul fracture with the weight of impending loss. I fought my way through the throng, desperation fueling my every move. I remember my heart pounding, a primal rhythm, each beat a fractured prayer echoing in the void. I could see the pain etched into Elis's face as he struggled against the monstrosity, but I was powerless, my limbs heavy with fear. I stumbled, my world narrowing to a single point of focus: my brother, my blood. The shadows around us warred with memories, flashes of laughter, shared secrets, the warmth of home now transformed into the icy grip of dread. Then, in a moment of raw clarity, I remembered the legends, the whispered tales of the giants being vulnerable to the light. I glanced around, noticing the sun piercing through the fog, illuminating the battlefield with a golden glow. "Elis!" I yelled, my voice hoarse with urgency. "The light! It can hurt them." He nodded, the flicker of determination sparking within his eyes. With a burst of strength, he pushed back against the beast, finding a moment to breathe. But the shadows of doubt crept back in, whispering of defeat. I could feel the weight of despair closing in, an icy grip tightening around my heart. I fought with everything I had, and as I plunged forward, I felt an odd sense of calm settle over me, the chaos swirling around me only reinforcing my resolve. Each swing of my sword became a prayer, a call to the very cosmos for strength, for light. Every glimmer of hope was a flame in the dark, and I would not let it be extinguished. With a final roar, I broke through the heart of the chaos, my blade slicing through the air, aiming for the creature that held my brother captive. I remember the moment it struck, time froze, breath halted, and then, with a sickening crunch, the beast fell. Elis broke free, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with a fierce light under the encroaching shadows. But the battle was far from over. As the 100-handed ones roared in rage, the ground began to shake, their massive forms rising again, a storm of despair gathering in the shadows. I looked at Elis, and we knew. This was just the beginning. The fight was not just for survival, it was a battle for our very souls, a confrontation with the darkness that threatened to consume not only us but the world itself. In that breathless moment, the weight of destiny bore down upon us, and I felt the universe shift. Time was a cruel mistress, and the clock was ticking. The battle was escalating, the stakes rising with every passing second. I could see the horror etched into the faces of my comrades, the flickering embers of hope struggling against the oncoming wave of despair. We were on the brink, teetering on the edge of oblivion, and the only thing that mattered was the next moment, the next heartbeat, the next clash of steel against flesh. And then, with an unyielding spirit, we charged back into the fray, a symphony of chaos and defiance echoing through the storm. The battle of the 100-handed ones was far from over. Lightning cracked across the obsidian sky, a jagged tear in the fabric of a storm that raged against the night. The air hummed with a tension so thick it felt alive, a palpable weight pressing on the chest, like a secret that clawed at the edges of sanity. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught between fear and exhilaration, as I faced the tempest that was not just nature, but the fury of the gods. The shimmering silhouette of Mount Olympus loomed above, its peak shrouded in swirling clouds, a warning of the power that lay within. In that moment, I remembered, how could I forget, the stories whispered around fires, tales of Zeus and his thunderbolts, weapons forged in fury, electrifying in their promise of death and vengeance. I thought of Cassia, my sister. Her laughter once echoed through the halls of our home, bright and airy like a sunbeam on a summer morning. But now? Now, she lay silent beneath layers of grief, a victim of a power unleashed, a thunderbolt that struck too close. Her light flickered like a candle caught in a storm, and that flickering was all I had left. Time seemed to stretch, a taut string pulled to its breaking point. I felt the ghosts of our past thickening the air around me, the laughter of childhood, the warmth of shared dreams, all mingling with shadows. I held on to those memories, desperate to keep them from fading. But the dark clouds above promised a reckoning, an inevitable clash of wills that would change everything. I remembered her eyes, vibrant and fierce, before the storm came to claim them. I remembered the way she used to challenge me, daring me to step outside my comfort zone, to embrace life's chaos. She wouldn't have backed down, and neither would I. As I stood there, adrenaline coursing through my veins, I spotted Darius, my childhood friend. He had changed, transformed by the weight of what he had experienced. His eyes shone with a wild intensity, the kind that spoke of battles fought and lost, of sorrows too heavy to bear. "We can't keep running," he said, the words tumbling out like fallen leaves caught in a gust of wind. "We have to confront him." The him was a name whispered in fear, an entity that once seemed like a tale, a mere shadow lurking in legends, but now loomed large and visceral. The ground trembled beneath our feet, the earth alive with fury, a warning of what was to come. I could feel my heart syncopating, a drumbeat echoing my resolve. This was our moment, a precipice upon which we balanced, teetering between despair and defiance. What if it destroys us? I shot back, anger lacing my voice, a thin veneer over the fear that gnawed at my insides. But Darius? He wasn't afraid. He had seen too much loss, felt too much grief, to let fear govern his actions any longer. Then we go down fighting. For Cassia. For all of us. The thunder roared again, a sound that reverberated through the very marrow of my bones, shaking my thoughts, stirring every regret and yearning I had ever harbored. I thought of the times we'd spent stargazing, of dreams spun from silvery sands, and how naive we had been. Would we ever have a chance to reclaim those moments, or was this the final act? The sky split open, and there it was, a flash of light, an embodiment of divine wrath, a thunderbolt hurled from Olympus itself, a stark reminder of power unrestrained. And in that blinding moment, I saw the truth, the weight of the universe teetering on our shoulders, the choices we made echoing through eternity. I could feel Cassia's spirit, hovering just beyond the veil, urging me to rise, to fight, to not let her legacy fade like the morning mist. With Darius at my side, I took a step toward the storm, my heart thrumming like a war drum, each beat a reminder of blood ties, unbroken even by death. I was terrified, filled with a dread that dripped like ice down my spine, but I would not yield. I would not let fear steal my sister's memory. The ground shook as we approached the epicenter of chaos, the air electric with an energy that crackled around us, a promise of destruction, yet also a call to arms. Every flash of lightning illuminated our path, painting our faces in stark relief against the shadows that danced around us. I felt the rawness of emotion surge within me, potent and undeniable. This was more than just a battle against a god, it was a confrontation with our very selves. My flaws, my insecurities laid bare, like wounds that would never fully heal, yet I pressed on. I was fighting not just for Cassia, but for the fractured pieces of my soul, for the dreams we shared, for love that transcended even the darkest of storms. Together, Darius whispered, and I nodded, the weight of that simple word wrapping around us like a shield. The thunder roared in response, and I could hear it, the heartbeat of the cosmos pounding in my ears, a reminder of our fleeting existence. Would we be remembered, or would we fade like ashes on the wind? The question lingered, heavy and unspoken, as the final clash approached, a moment suspended in time. And then, just as I thought the storm would swallow us whole, everything fell silent. The world paused, suspended in an eerie stillness, an echo of the calm before chaos. Each second stretched into eternity, and in that moment, I held my breath, waiting for the inevitable. The thunderbolts of Zeus were coming, but so were we, and I could feel the electricity of destiny crackling in the air between us, a promise of fierce resolve, an unyielding pledge to fight. My heart thundered, and I knew this was only the beginning. The air was thick with tension, a taut string ready to snap. I stood atop the hill, heart racing, the world around me a distorted haze of shadow and flame. Below, the forces of R3's massed like a storm, ready to unleash chaos upon the fortress. The drums of war thundered in my chest, drowning out the cries of men, the clang of steel, the stench of blood and sweat. I remembered the words of my father, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air, the echo of hope crumbling under the weight of fear. "Are you ready?" Dorian's voice cut through the din, sharp and jagged. His eyes were fierce, a tempest of emotion. I saw the flicker of doubt behind that bravado. Dorian was my friend, my brother in arms, but we both wore our insecurities like a shroud, cloaked in the guise of warriors. Today, those cloaks felt skin-tight. I remember, I whispered, the quiet before the storm. The memories came flooding back, scenes of laughter that felt like a lifetime ago. We were just boys, dreaming of glory, unaware of the bitter taste of war. Now, under this blood-red sky, the dreams felt like a cruel joke. Focus, Dorian snapped, his hands trembling slightly as he tightened his grip on the sword. The blade glinted, catching the last rays of a dying sun. We have to hold the line. But could we? I glanced at the horizon, where dark clouds churned, unwelcoming and ominous, as if the heavens themselves were conspiring against us. My thoughts raced, visions of destruction danced like phantoms in my mind. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen, their regret seeping through the cracks of my resolve. Across from us, the enemy surged, an unrelenting tide. I locked eyes with Selene on the opposite side of the battlefield, a warrior with a heart of fire, a soul that burned fiercely against the chill of despair. There was a raw beauty in her defiance, but also a vulnerability that made my gut twist. I remembered the night we shared secrets beneath the stars, our laughter mingling with the scent of wildflowers. Now, those stars seemed so far away, obscured by the smoke and ash of war. Remember the plan, I hissed, dragging Dorian back to the moment. We had to be strategic, tactics were our lifeline. The siege engines loomed in the distance, massive beasts, hungry for destruction. They would breach our walls if we allowed them. I felt the weight of responsibility pressed down on me, a boulder lodged in my chest. Was I enough? The first rock sailed through the air, a dark comet on a collision course with our fragile hopes. It struck with a deafening roar, sending debris and screams scattering through the ranks. The air crackled with the electricity of fear. I could see Dorian's face pale, his resolve wavering. I reached out, gripping his shoulder. "Stay with me," I said, but even I felt the tremor in my voice. Our bodies were mere vessels, but our minds were ensnared in a labyrinth of dread. "Look!" Dorian shouted, breaking me from my spiral. The enemy advanced, their formation a wall of iron and malice. They were relentless, a horde fueled by vengeance, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. I could feel the bile rising in my throat, the urge to flee clawing at my insides. But then there was Selene again, her fierce spirit igniting something deep within me. I thought of her smile, the warmth of her laughter. She fought for a future that felt so distant, so fragile. "On my mark!" Dorian yelled, breaking down the haze of panic. "Hold the line!" The world narrowed to a single heartbeat, the pulse of the impending clash thudding in time with my own frantic rhythm. I gripped my sword, the cool metal grounding me, anchoring my spiraling thoughts. "This is it," I murmured, "this is everything." We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for each other, for every shared moment, for dreams that flickered like dying embers. The battle erupted like a thunderstorm unleashed, chaos swirling in a vicious dance. I swung my sword, each blow echoing like a heartbeat in the abyss. Blood sprayed, warm and visceral, splattering my face, mingling with the bitter taste of adrenaline on my tongue. I glimpsed Dorian, his determination fierce, but I also saw the hesitation, the fear that flickered behind his eyes. "Keep moving!" I shouted, but the words felt hollow, lost in the cacophony. I could see Selene now, her form a blur of strength and grace. She was a tempest, cutting through the enemy ranks, but even she faltered as a massive figure loomed before her, a hulking giant, wielding a sword almost too large for a mortal man. Time slowed, the chaos fading into an eerie stillness. I saw the moment she realized the threat, the breath hitching in her throat. "No!" My voice was a raw cry, a desperate plea echoing through the battlefield. I surged forward, propelled by instinct, propelled by the haunting knowledge that I could lose her. The clash of metal filled the air, ringing like a mournful bell. I felt the impact in my bones, the jarring connection of steel meeting steel. Dorian was beside me, his energy surging like a river breaking free from its banks. Together, he shouted, and we fought side by side, hearts racing as we faced the embodiment of our fears. But the enemy was relentless, waves crashing against our fragile shore. I glimpsed the moment Dorian faltered, the flicker of despair in his eyes, the weight of the world threatening to crush him. "Dorian!" I yelled, pushing through the throng, my heart hammering in my chest. "Remember who we are. We are not alone." And then, amidst the chaos, I saw Selene fall. Time shattered, reality fracturing into 1,000 shards of agony. I heard the gasps, the whispers of horror. My mind raced, visions of laughter and dreams collapsing into darkness. "No!" I screamed, reaching for her, but the tide of battle surged, and I was swept away, helpless. The cries of the wounded, the anguished moans of the dying filled the air, wrapping around me like a shroud. I was drowning in despair, a chasm of hopelessness threatening to swallow me whole. But then, I felt it, an ember of resolve, a flicker of determination igniting within. "Stand firm!" I roared, the words like a lifeline, pulling me from the depths. I locked eyes with Dorian, found strength in his unwavering gaze. For Selene! For each other! We surged forward, a wave of fury and desperation, determined to push back the darkness. The battle raged on, but I felt something shift. Hope, treacherous yet intoxicating, began to weave itself through the chaos. The tide could turn. And as the flames of war danced around us, I whispered a silent promise to the stars, to the ghosts of lost dreams. We will not falter. But in that moment, as the world faded to shadows, the question lingered, at what cost? The storm raged, a wild beast clawing at the very fabric of the night. Waves towered like ancient giants, crashing against the rocky cliffs, their voices a cacophony of fury. The salt water stung Lena's eyes, a bitter reminder of her past, of whispers long drowned in the depths. She stood at the edge, heart racing, the very air thick with electricity. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the jagged rocks below, revealing the shadows of secrets yet unshared. I remember, she murmured into the tempest, her voice barely a thread against the howling wind. I remember the day he left. It wasn't just the sea that took him, it was the relentless tide of his own demons, the way they pulled him under, deeper than any ocean. She had tried to save him, to tether him to the shore with love and laughter, but he had slipped away like sand through her fingers. Beside her, Marcus watched, his brow furrowed, jaw clenched tight. He wasn't just a bystander in this storm, he was her anchor, though even anchors can be swept away. "Lena, we need to go." His voice broke through the roar, but his words felt like trying to catch smoke. He could see the battle raging within her, the silent scream for closure that echoed louder than the crashing waves. "If you stay here, you'll drown." But she couldn't drown. Not yet. The ocean was a mirror of her heart, turbulent and full of sorrow. It was there, beneath the waves, that she felt his presence, a ghost tethered to her soul. Every crest and trough of the sea mirrored her memories, joy, pain, love, loss. They were intertwined, inseparable. "I have to know why," she whispered, her gaze lost in the horizon where the sea met the sky in a violent embrace. "Why?" Marcus's voice turned sharp, the edge of his frustration slicing through the moment. "Why does the past hold you hostage? He's gone, Lena. The ocean doesn't care about your heartache." The truth hung heavy in the air, a weight between them. It was as if the waves mocked Marcus's plea, the sea a jealous lover, unwilling to let Lena go. But she wasn't ready to surrender. With every crash of the waves, she felt the pulse of Oceanus, the god of the sea, a deity as ancient as time itself, unforgiving, capricious, yet breathtakingly beautiful. He was a tempest and a lullaby, a breath of fresh air drowned in the scent of salt and despair. "I need to hear him," she insisted, stepping closer to the edge, the thrill of fear mingling with longing. The ocean was calling, pulling her to the depths, urging her to dive beneath the surface of her own memories. "What if you find him?" Marcus pressed, desperation creeping into his voice like the creeping tide. "What if he's not what you remember? What if the truth is worse?" "I remember," Lena chanted, almost like a hymn. I remember the way he laughed, how his eyes sparkled like the stars above. I remember how he promised me forever, how he believed he could conquer the waves. But promises are as fragile as the foam that dances atop the water, easily swept away by the storm. Sometimes, Marcus said, his voice suddenly soft, the ocean only offers illusions. He reached for her, fingertips brushing against her arm, steadying her, grounding her. Sometimes it's better to let go. But Lena felt a surge within her, a tidal wave of emotion crashing over her resolve. Let go. The words tumbled from her lips, raw and jagged. Can you let go of what you love? Her heart beat with the rhythm of the waves, a wild symphony of grief and hope. Can you walk away from a ghost that haunts your dreams? In that moment, the storm seemed to hold its breath, the winds paused, and for just an instant, she felt the weight of the world shift. Images flooded her mind, the night they danced under the stars, the promises whispered between the crashing waves, the warmth of his hand in hers. But then, the darkness crept in, his fears, his demons, the way he slowly faded like the setting sun. Each heartbeat echoed louder, thundering against the silence of the storm. I have to face him, she breathed, the words tasting of salt and sorrow. I have to confront what he's become. But as she took a step forward, the ground trembled beneath her. The ocean roared in response, jagged waves threatening to swallow her whole. Lena! Marcus shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos, his hand gripping her firmly, pulling her back from the edge. You can't fight the sea. You'll lose yourself. And in that moment, the tide seemed to shift. She looked into his eyes, searching for something, understanding, perhaps, or the strength to let go. The storm was a mirror, reflecting her fears and dreams, a canvas where Oceanus painted her past. I won't lose myself, she whispered, the promise heavy in the air. Not to the sea. Not to the ghosts. And as she turned back to the crashing waves, the horizon shimmered with a haunting light, beckoning her closer. The storm was a promise of change, a catalyst for rebirth. But the truth lay beneath, lurking like the shadows of her memories, waiting to rise to the surface. The ocean's depths held answers, but they were wrapped in darkness, and the taste of salt was mingled with the bitter tang of fear. Marcus stood firm, a lighthouse in her storm, yet the lines of his face betrayed the turmoil within. I'll be right here, he said, voice steady, but she could hear the tremor beneath. You're not alone. You never were. And as she took a breath, the air thick and electric, the fury of the storm raging around them, she felt that moment stretch, time folding in on itself as she faced the waves. Her heart thundered, a drumbeat of defiance against the darkness, the final clash of thought spiraling into the unknown. The ocean roared in response, as if it were alive, as if it had a heartbeat that echoed her own. I'm coming, she murmured into the wind. I'm coming. And with that, she stepped forward, the weight of the sea pulling her down, an unknown journey beginning just as the storm erupted into a furious crescendo. The shadows lingered, the echoes of love and loss intertwining with the crashing waves, and as the darkened sky loomed overhead, she surrendered herself to the depths, where Oceanus awaited, hidden beneath the tumultuous surface, ready to reveal the truths tangled in her heart. The night hung heavy, a shroud of darkness laced with whispers of distant screams. A battlefield stretched like a jagged heartbeat beneath the moon's cold gaze, shadows dancing on the periphery as tension coiled tightly, ready to snap. Flames flickered, illuminating the faces of warriors gripped by fear and fury, each breath a battle cry, each heartbeat an echo of impending doom. I stood there, caught between the past and an uncertain future, the muses swirling like ghosts in my mind, whispering promises of valor and dread. I remember the moment Nyla's eyes met mine, fierce and unyielding. In that instant, a storm brewed within her, a tempest of memories, losses, and unfulfilled dreams. She was clad in battered armor, the metal dulled by the grime of countless skirmishes. It should have been a badge of honor, but instead, it bore the weight of regret. We fight for them, she said, her voice a dagger of conviction, for the ones who can't. But the truth hung heavily in the air. Could inspiration truly shield us from the abyss? Her brother, Kellen, stood beside her, a stark contrast to her fierce resolve. He was quiet, haunted by shadows that lingered far more than the darkness around us. I could see it in the way his fingers trembled against the hilt of his sword, a weapon meant to protect, yet filled with the ghosts of lives he had been forced to take. "What if our fight means nothing?" he murmured, the words brittle like autumn leaves beneath a careless boot. The question hung, heavy and unanswerable, filling the air with unspoken despair. It twisted around us, a vine of dread choking our spirits. The horizon flickered with the march of soldiers, a living tide of chaos. I could feel the pull of their collective will, a cursed muse that compelled us into the fray. We were outnumbered, yet something primal surged within us, a hunger to fight, to survive, to scream against the indifferent universe. My heart thundered, each beat a reminder of my own fragility, of how easily one could be swept away into the abyss. The muses laughed in my mind, a cacophony of joy and grief, reminding me of the fine line we tread between valor and madness. "Can you hear them?" Nyla asked, her voice rising above the din of the songs of our ancestors. "They sing of glory, of triumph." But I didn't hear them. Instead, I heard the cries of the fallen, the ones whose dreams had been snuffed out like flickering candles extinguished by a sudden gust. I remembered the faces of those I had lost, my father, eyes wide with disbelief as he fell, the weight of his dreams crumbling to dust. "Nyla, what if there is no glory?" I challenged, my voice shaky, yet sharp. "What if all we leave behind is ruin?" A flicker of anger ignited in her eyes, and for a moment, I feared she might strike me down. "Then we carve our own legends," she shouted, her voice slicing through the despair like a sword. "We become the muses for those who fight after us. They will remember." Her fervor ignited something within me, a simmering ember of hope that, perhaps, just perhaps, we could transcend the suffering. But could hope survive in the heart of chaos, or was it merely a sweet poison, intoxicating yet fatal? As the enemy drew closer, shadows deepened, each figure cloaked in potential death. My thoughts raced, tracing the outlines of destiny like a flickering candle. What would become of us? Would we rise, or would we be swallowed whole? I remembered the old tales of heroes and monsters, of battles fought under crimson skies, yet they faded against the stark reality of our struggle. The muses seemed to gather, swelling in the air, their presence palpable, yet haunting. They flickered like the dying embers of a fire, illuminating fragments of our past. Kellen turned to Nyla, his voice barely a whisper. "What if I fail you?" A question tinged with raw vulnerability. Could he bear the weight of his sister's dreams, of her unwavering belief in them? "Then we fall together," she replied, fierce and unwavering. "There is no shame in that." But I could see the doubt etched in Kellen's features, a crack in his armor that threatened to shatter under the weight of expectation. They were bound by blood, yet torn by the scars of war, and I stood between them like a ghost, desperate to pull them back from the edge of despair. A horn sounded, a mournful cry that echoed through the night, vibrating with dread and adrenaline. It was a call to arms, a summons that rattled the very marrow in my bones. I felt the muses surge, their songs now a tempest, each one pulling at the seams of my resolve, daring me to take a leap into the abyss. "What if this is the end?" I whispered, more to myself than to them. The air crackled with energy, the promise of bloodshed thick as fog. "Then we make it a glorious end," Nyla declared, her eyes ablaze, a fire against the void. I watched as she clenched her fist, the skin pale, knuckles white. The shadows shifted around us, drawing closer, and I felt the fear wrap around my heart like a vice, even as I wanted to scream back at the darkness, to defy it with every fiber of my being. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a warning of what lay ahead, a reminder of the fragility of life. I could feel the world narrowing, the horizon closing in like a predator stalking its prey. The muses sang louder, a haunting chorus that filled me with courage and terror in equal measure. The night was alive with uncertainty, a chaotic dance of fate that bound us together in this moment of reckoning. We were armed with nothing but our fears, our dreams, and the echoes of the muses' relentless calls. In that moment, as the enemy surged forth, I realized the battle was not merely for survival but a dance with destiny. Our stories entwined like vines, pulling us closer to the heart of the storm. We were warriors, yes, but also dreamers, seeking our place in the chaos of existence. And on the precipice of battle, we clung to that fragile thread of hope, daring to believe that the muses would guide us through the darkness, even as we plunged into the abyss. Cold steel clashed against cold steel, the sound reverberating through the air like a death knell. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, blood roaring in my ears, as the world around me spiraled into chaos. Shadows flitted across the blood-soaked earth, darkened figures moving like phantoms under a veil of night. It was a turning point, a moment so tangible that every breath I took felt like a whisper urging me to fight, to run, to scream. Rear! The voice cut through the din, sharp, desperate. I turned, eyes wide, to find Silas, his face a mask of fear and determination. He was always the brave one, the one who leaped into the abyss while I hesitated, frozen by the weight of my own thoughts. What would it cost us to fall, to surrender to the shadows? I had to know. Run, he shouted, but I couldn't move. Not yet. Not when the Titans, the very gods we once worshipped, were crumbling before us, their reign unraveling. Their eyes, once fierce and bright, now flickered with doubt, a chilling contrast to the power they once wielded. They were falling, and so were we, all of us, together in this mad dance of despair. I remember when they towered over us, their laughter echoing like thunder, promising a future bathed in glory. But glory is a fickle thing, isn't it? It slips through our fingers like sand, leaving only the raw sting of regret. I shifted my gaze back to Silas, his hands clenched, knuckles white. He was scared, and that fear ignited something deep inside me, a primal urge to protect, to fight, to keep the darkness at bay. But how do you protect a world when the very foundation of it shakes beneath your feet? Fear twisted in my gut, a living thing, gnawing at my resolve. I took a breath, tasted the metallic tang of impending doom, and in that moment, I saw not just the Titans fall, but my own. They were losing everything, and so was I, my dreams, my love, my very purpose. Silas! I shouted over the cacophony, my voice breaking. What do we do? We were both drowning in uncertainty, and I felt the weight of every unsaid word, of every unresolved conflict between us pressing down like a leaden shroud. Would we see the dawn of a new era, or witness the death of everything we had ever known? His gaze locked onto mine, a fleeting moment of connection amid the chaos. We fight, he proclaimed, fire igniting in his eyes. We don't let them take everything from us. The conviction in his voice sent a shiver down my spine, a spark igniting that flickering hope within me. I had always admired his bravery, but now I felt it, too, a surge of courage that swelled like a tide, pushing against the fear that threatened to drown us. But as we steeled ourselves, a heavy shadow loomed above, a titan, wreathed in a shroud of darkness, their form twisted and contorted, embodying the nightmares of our youth. I remembered the stories whispered in the dead of night, tales of their wrath, their insatiable hunger for power. Yet here they were, stumbling, their strength waning. In that moment, I saw the cracks in their facade, the vulnerability beneath the armor. They were no longer invincible, they were just as terrified as we were. I felt an overwhelming wave of empathy wash over me, mingling with the horror. What a cruel twist this was, a battle not just against them, but against our own beliefs, our own illusions of power. Rear! Silas called again, pulling me from my reverie. We can't just stand here. His voice was raw, a plea wrapped in urgency, and I could see the ghosts of our past hovering between us, memories of laughter, joy, and a future we had dreamed of building together. A future now hanging by a thread, unraveling in the chaos. The ground shook beneath us, and I felt it, an earthquake of despair, a tremor of fate. I hesitated, but I couldn't let fear win. I couldn't watch as everything I loved was consumed by darkness. Let's go! I yelled, feeling the words echo in my chest, giving strength to the trembling resolve within me. We dashed forward, the world a blur of shadows and steel, as we fought not just for our lives, but for every dream that had ever flickered in our hearts. The battle surged around us, a tempest of fury and desperation. I could taste the fear, the sweat, the adrenaline coursing through my veins like wildfire. And then, through the haze of chaos, I spotted her, Ilara, my sister, standing at the edge of the fray, her eyes wide, caught in the web of uncertainty. Ilara! I screamed, but it was a desperate plea swallowed by the maelstrom. What would happen if we lost her? The thought pierced through me, sharp as a dagger. Time warped, stretched thin as I pushed forward, the air thick with the scent of sweat and smoke. Heart racing, I found her, tangled in a skirmish, a titan looming over her like a nightmare made flesh. I lunged, every nerve ending alight with the need to protect, to save her from that dark fate. Get back! I shouted, throwing myself between her and the titan, the ground trembling beneath us like the end of the world. In that instant, time froze. I could see the fear in her eyes, the reflection of all our shared memories, our laughter echoing through the years. What would it mean to lose her? To let the titans take everything? Tension coiled tight in my chest, a heartbeat echoing louder than the chaos around us. But I wasn't ready to give up. Not now. Not here, as the titans fell and the world began to shift. I would fight for her. I would fight for us. The titan's form wavered, crumbling under the weight of its own hubris. I could feel it, their power fading, just as ours surged. This was our moment, our chance to rise from the ashes of their reign. In the heart of chaos, I felt a connection, a pulse of hope. Silas beside me, Ilara behind me, together we were a force, a whirlwind of determination pushing against the tide. We weren't just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the dawn of a new age, one where fear didn't rule us, where love and courage stood tall against the darkness. And as we charged forward, I knew we were at the turning point. The titans were falling, but so were we, into something new, something terrifyingly beautiful. The battle raged on, but the end was only the beginning, a promise whispered in the shadows, an echo of hope reverberating through the very fabric of our souls. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to taste. I stood amidst the ruins of a once mighty temple, its stone pillars crumbling like forgotten dreams. Shadows danced, flickering under the dim light of a dying sun, as if the past itself was whispering secrets too dark to bear. My heart raced. Today was the day I confront the ghost of my father, a titan whose very name sent shivers through the bravest souls. Cronus, the devourer of his own, the architect of my nightmares. I remember standing there, breath hitching in my throat, the weight of destiny pressing down like a leaden shroud. Cronus loomed in my mind, a monstrous figure crafted from pain and betrayal. He was not just my father, he was the embodiment of fear itself. As I thought of the child I once was, tucked away in the shadows of Olympus, I could almost hear the echoes of my own cries, a haunting lullaby of despair. Zeus, his voice thundered in my memory, a reminder that I was never free from those blood-tinted chains. You think you can overthrow me? You think the sun can best the titan? The laughter that followed was a cacophony of madness, like the rattle of chains in a forgotten dungeon. But here I was, standing at the precipice of my fate. I had gathered the courage to challenge him, to stand against the terrifying specter of my past, and yet the cold claws of fear gripped me tighter than any prison bars. A low rumble echoed through the ground, and I could feel the earth beneath my feet trembling, as if even nature itself feared what was to come. A flicker of movement caught my eye, and I turned to see my brother Poseidon, his sapphire gaze sharp with apprehension. You can do this, brother, he urged, his voice a steadying force in the storm of my thoughts. But I could see the tremor in his hands, the same uncertainty reflected in his eyes. We were both haunted by our lineage, shackled by legacy. The ocean, ever unpredictable, mirrored the chaos swirling inside us. Do you remember the night we hid from him? I whispered, memories flooding back, vivid and raw. The darkness felt alive, didn't it? We could hear him pacing, his rage echoing like thunder through the hallways. Poseidon's jaw clenched, the memory of childhood terror etched on his face. And the taste of fear was so thick in the air that it felt like drowning. Yes, he replied, voice cracking. But we are not children anymore. And yet, I felt like that boy again, standing in the shadow of a titan, blaming the stars for my very existence. The weight of my crown felt like a noose tightening around my neck. I remember the night sky, luminous with a million stars, each a reminder of a choice untaken, a battle unbidden. I had to break free from that celestial prison, to face the monster that had haunted my dreams. The ground shook again as if in anticipation. I could almost hear Cronus's laughter resounding through the ages, a mocking symphony that drowned out reason. This was not just a fight for power, it was a clash of souls, a desperate bid for redemption. I had fought against monsters, both external and internal. But this? This was my father. The man, no, the beast, who had tried to snuff out every flicker of light within me before it could even breathe. "Let's do this," I said, the resolve in my voice belying the storm in my heart. My palms were slick with sweat, each heartbeat echoing the finality of my choice. I stepped forward, the threshold of destiny calling me with a voice as sweet and bitter as ambrosia. As the sky darkened, a storm gathered overhead, swirling clouds pregnant with danger. "You dare challenge me?" The air crackled with Cronus's rage, his voice booming like a celestial war cry. "You think you can stand against the Titan who rules time itself? I am the end and the beginning." I clenched my fists, feeling the surge of divine energy coursing through me, a whisper of hope illuminating the encroaching darkness. "I am not afraid of you," I shouted, my voice cutting through the tempest like lightning splitting the night sky. "You may have shaped my past, but you do not own my future." The ground trembled beneath us, and I could feel the weight of our history, a lineage steeped in betrayal and blood. Cronus was a reminder of every scar I bore, every wound that had yet to heal. With every ounce of strength, I drew upon the lightning that crackled in the atmosphere, the raw power of my birthright surging through me like wildfire, fierce and untamed. "Come, father," I dared, feeling the heat of the confrontation build. "Let's see who truly reigns over Olympus." The tension hung heavy, a palpable force that seemed to still time itself. Shadows swirled around us, their whispers swelling into a cacophony of doubts and fears. Each heartbeat resonated, a reminder that this was not just a battle of might, but a clash of generations, a war against the chains forged in the fires of our family's darkness. And then, as if time had shattered, he appeared. Cronus, a titan made flesh, rage incarnate, eyes burning like the very forge of the cosmos. "You are but a wisp in the wind, Zeus. I will consume your light." In an instant, the heavens erupted. Thunder roared, a primal scream that united us against the chaos. The air was thick with a metallic taste, the storm swirling around us like the tortured souls of the past. I could feel my brother's presence beside me, the unyielding bond of blood and battle. Together, we faced the specter of our fears, united in our resolve. The universe hung in the balance. And in that moment, all that mattered was the fight ahead, the fight to reclaim not just Olympus, but ourselves. As our fates collided, the stars watched in silence, witnesses to the final act of a haunting legacy. With one fierce breath, I launched myself into the storm, ready to confront the darkness that was my father, ready to carve my own destiny from the shadows of the past. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as shadows danced along the jagged walls of Tartarus. Here, where the very ground seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own, the echoes of despair ricocheted off the stone like mad laughter. It was cold, so cold that it gnawed at the bones. I could feel it. The chill wrapped around my heart, squeezing tight, as if it wanted to crush hope into dust. I remember the moment before it happened, that split second when dread hung heavy like a storm cloud. I stood there, breath hitching, heart racing, waiting for the inevitable clash. The Titans were not mere myths, they were the raw, untamed forces of nature, and their imprisonment here was a testament to the folly of gods. Prometheus, the firebringer, his chains rattling like whispered secrets, glared defiantly at the abyss. His eyes burned with rebellion, fierce against the darkness that sought to envelop him. "They think they can bind me," he spat, a bitter laugh escaping his lips, "but fire cannot be contained." His voice echoed, a haunting melody of anguish and defiance that stirred something deep within me. I felt it, his pain was a mirror of my own. We all long for freedom, don't we? Beside him, Atlas bore the weight of the heavens, a burden so immense it turned his back into a grotesque arch. I could see the lines etched deep into his skin, each one a story of sacrifice, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. "What is freedom to a man who cannot even lower his head?" he murmured, and I shivered, his words wrapping around me like a shroud. I wanted to scream, to tell him he was more than his burden, but the words lodged in my throat, trapped like forgotten dreams. The silence that followed was deafening, broken only by the distant sounds of water dripping, each drop a reminder of time slipping away, each second a cruel taunt. I closed my eyes, trying to drown out the despair that seeped into my soul. I remember the taste of dirt and blood, the sharpness of betrayal, the haunting echoes of laughter from a time long forgotten. It felt like a ghost, clawing at my insides, demanding recognition, vengeance. What had we done to deserve this? I felt the walls closing in, their jagged edges sharp enough to carve despair into flesh. The Titans were gods, once, grand and unyielding, and now they were mere shadows of themselves, locked in this hellish limbo. I watched Prometheus, his spirit burned bright, but even the brightest flames can flicker and die. "This is what they want," he said, voice trembling with a mix of rage and sorrow. "They want to break us, to make us forget who we are." And I felt it, a deep-rooted fear that clawed at my gut. What if they succeeded? What if this dark, twisted prison consumed them? Would they fade into myths, mere whispers on the lips of poets? I caught Atlas's gaze, and in it, I saw something that tore through me like a bolt of lightning. It was the rawest form of despair, a sense of absolute isolation that sent my heart racing. "I remember the sky," he breathed, voice cracking like a brittle branch. "I remember the taste of freedom." And the anguish in his eyes ignited a fire within my own chest. How cruel was it to remember joy while shackled in sorrow? The ground trembled beneath us, an ominous rumble that seemed to echo from the very depths of Tartarus. Shadows twisted, elongated, as if the darkness itself was alive, hungry. "They will come," Prometheus warned, his voice a low growl, reverberating through the stillness. "They will seek to finish what they started." My pulse quickened. Who were they? The gods? Or something far worse? The thought of their merciless hands reaching into this abyss sent icy fingers crawling along my spine. The Titans were fierce, but what happens when fury meets desperation? A silence fell. Heavy. Pregnant with anticipation, as if the very essence of Tartarus held its breath, waiting. I felt a swell of courage, pushing against the fear that threatened to drown us. "You are more than your chains," I found my voice, raw and trembling but fierce, "and I will not let you be forgotten." And suddenly, it was as if a spark ignited the dark. Prometheus turned to me, eyes wide with something akin to hope. Atlas shifted, his massive frame trembling, every movement resonating with the weight of possibility. "Yes," Prometheus whispered, "we can ignite the fire again. Together." But even as those words left his lips, the shadows stirred, a palpable menace rising from the depths like a tide. My heart raced, panic clawing at my insides. The darkness shifted, morphing into shapes that flickered with malice. They were coming. The very embodiment of despair, seeking to suffocate the flickers of defiance that dared to rise. "Stay close!" Atlas bellowed, voice a thunderclap that momentarily surged through the darkness. I felt the warmth of their presence beside me, a fragile but fierce alliance formed in the heart of despair. The shadows lunged, tendrils reaching for us, whispering promises of oblivion, and I felt the breath of fear snatch at my throat. I could hear the pounding of my heart, echoing the rhythm of the chaos around us. We were standing on the edge of annihilation, and yet, somehow, I felt alive, alive with fear, with anger, with the relentless pulse of rebellion. As the darkness surged forward, I remembered the taste of hope, the scent of freedom. I could feel it rising, a tide swelling against the chains that bound us, and in that moment, I knew we were more than prisoners. We were Titans, gods forged in the crucible of suffering, and as the shadows closed in, I promised myself we would fight. Fight against the dark, fight for the light. And with that promise, the storm surged, our hearts pounding, ready to shatter the desolation. The confrontation loomed, a chaotic symphony of defiance and despair, a cataclysmic crescendo that would echo through the ages. The fate of the Titans hung precariously in the balance, suspended like time itself, and I felt every heartbeat, every breath, pulse with the raw intensity of a battle yet to be fought. The air was thick with ash, a bitter residue from the flames that had swallowed entire worlds. I stood at the edge of a collapsed temple, its once proud columns now crumbling like the dreams we had held dear. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a heartbeat of a dying civilization, echoing in my bones. I remember the first time I saw the sun rise over Olympus, gold spilling through clouds like honey. Now, it felt like nothing more than a cruel joke, a reminder of what had been lost. A shadow loomed over me. Helena. Her eyes were two deep wells of despair, each glance a reminder of the sacrifices we had made. She clutched something in her hand, knuckles white, but it wasn't what she held that caught my breath, it was the look on her face. I knew that look, the fracture of hope, the palpable weight of too many ghosts. "We have to go," she whispered, her voice a mere tremor against the backdrop of chaos swirling around us. But I couldn't move. It was as if the ashes had seeped into my veins, turned my blood to lead. I remembered the warmth of my brother's laughter, the way it would dance through the air like music. He was gone now, taken by the very power we had sought to control. "If we leave, it's over," I said, my words heavy with the weight of 1,000 regrets. "If we leave, we let them win." The Olympians were not just gods, they were tormentors and tyrants. Each one a flickering candle in the darkness, their whims lighting fires that devoured worlds. I could almost see them, perched atop their thrones, eyes glinting with amusement as they watched our despair unfold. I remembered the feel of their laughter, a chilling wind that whispered promises of power and glory, a sickening melody that lured us into the depths of our ruin. Win? What do we even have left to win? Helena's voice cracked, an echo of my own thoughts, her breath hitching as she stared into the smoldering remains of our rebellion. "They've left us nothing. Nothing but ashes." And in that moment, I could feel her despair intertwining with mine, an invisible thread binding our fates together. We were both trapped, prisoners of our choices, shackled to a dream that had rotted away into the ground. Suddenly, a roar shattered the silence, a guttural sound that rumbled through the air. I spun, adrenaline surging as a figure emerged from the haze. Marcus, wild-eyed and breathless, his hair a tangled mess. Behind him, the shadows of our fallen comrades flickered, memories of laughter now twisted into haunting specters. He was carrying a blade, glistening with fresh blood, a stark contrast against the charred earth. "We can't run. We fight," he shouted, his voice ringing with raw determination, but his eyes betrayed him. They were hollow, haunted by visions of what we had lost. "No. This isn't a battle we can win." I screamed, the words tearing from me like a wound. "This is a massacre." I remember the night we had all laughed under the stars, voices mingling in the warm summer air, the future stretching out before us like an infinite sky. Now, that sky was choked with smoke, the stars mere pinpricks of light in a suffocating darkness. "Maybe it is," Marcus replied, and in his voice, I heard the echo of my own despair. "But it's our massacre. We face it together." His words wrapped around me like a shroud, both comforting and suffocating. I felt my heart racing, a drumbeat of defiance against the crushing inevitability of our fate. Helena stepped closer, her hand reaching for Marcus, fingers trembling. "If we're going to do this, we need a plan. We need to be smart." But I could see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the unsteady foundation of hope teetering on the brink of nothingness. The Olympians had turned our lives into a game, a twisted version of chess where the pawns were us, the pieces sacrificed for the amusement of those who watched from the heavens. I remember, I started, my voice faltering as memories crashed over me like waves, memories of laughter, of love, of all the light we had chased. I remember the night before everything changed. We were so naive, so full of dreams. The words spilled out raw and unfiltered. We thought we could change the world. And now the world had changed us. I looked at Helena, the lines of grief etching deeper into her skin, the fire once so bright in her eyes now dimmed to embers. Marcus stood between us, a beacon of reckless bravery, but even he was trembling. The shadows danced around us, alive with the voices of the lost, whispering their secrets, taunting us with the truth we dared not face. "Together," he said again, the word a fragile promise amidst the chaos, "we can rewrite our fate." But the doubt lingered, heavy as the ashes on our tongues. I could almost hear the laugh of the Olympians, a symphony of mockery resounding in my ears, a haunting reminder that they were still in control. The ground shook again, and the shadows twisted, coiling like serpents around our feet. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, the clock ticking steadily toward our doom. "We either fight or we die," I said, each word a knife cutting through the silence. But dying in silence is not an option. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing beneath the surface. I could feel the pulse of our shared fear, the terror that clawed at our hearts, but within that fear, a spark ignited, a flicker of something greater, a resolve that surged forth like a wildfire. The Olympians may have thought they could extinguish our flame, but they hadn't counted on the fierce, stubborn light that still flickered within us. And as we stood there, three souls tangled together in defiance, I realized the truth: the aftermath was just the beginning. The echoes of our past would haunt us, but it was in that haunting where we would find our strength. We would rise from the ashes, wild and unyielding. Not just as pawns, but as players in a game that had shifted, a new rule being written with every heartbeat. Time was slipping away, but the battle had just begun. The world trembles beneath a sky splattered with the colors of chaos, an unholy marriage of fire and ash, swirling like a tempestuous lover. I stand at the precipice of a crumbled city, heartsick and haunted. The air is thick with the acrid scent of smoke and the metallic tinge of blood, the remnants of chaos etched into the very stones beneath my feet. I remember the moment the stars fell, a dark sprinkle of fate raining from the heavens, and I was left to choke on the remnants of a shattered reality. Lena, my sister, is a wild flame in this storm. Her hair dances like the very embers of the world, and her eyes, oh, how they burn! They drill into me, searching for a glimmer of hope that I can't provide. She grips my hand, a vice of desperation. "We have to go," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread in the chaos, yet charged with urgency. "If we stay, we'll be swallowed whole." I can feel her pulse, quickening, a frantic metronome in this symphony of destruction. But I won't leave. Not without him. Not without Isaac. There's a hum in the air, a sickening resonance that rattles deep in my bones. The ground quakes, but it's not just the physical tremors of a collapsing world, it's the anticipation of something sinister lurking in the shadows. I can almost hear Isaac's laughter, ringing like a bell in my mind, but it's just an echo, fading faster than I can grasp it. I remember the way he would light up a room, the way he could take the bleakest of moments and turn them into something almost beautiful. "Trust me," he had said, holding my gaze as if he could inscribe his will into my very soul. But now, trust feels like a dagger turned against me, twisted in doubts that gnaw at my heart. Lena's grip tightens as we step over the remnants of broken lives, each piece a ghostly reminder of what was. "He wouldn't want this," she urges, her voice trembling. But how can she understand? How can she comprehend the bond of unbreakable loyalty, forged in the fires of our shared torment? Isaac is not merely my brother, he is the heartbeat of my existence, the compass in my chaotic world. "We can't leave him," I reply, my voice a raw rasp, a plea that hangs heavy in the air like the smoke. But Lena doesn't relent. "And if we die here?" Her eyes glisten with unshed tears, shimmering like the broken glass that litters our path. She doesn't want to let go, either. But this is a different kind of love, one that knows when to fight and when to flee. Yet my heart beats with the undeniable rhythm of hopelessness, the kind that seeps into your bones and weighs you down like a leaden shroud. Then, a flash. A silhouette in the distance, jagged against the wreckage, standing defiantly amidst the swirling chaos. My breath catches. It's him. Isaac, alive, yet somehow not. The cosmos swirls behind him, a cacophony of shadows and light, as if the very universe is straining to contain the chaos that spills from his being. "I found it," he shouts, his voice echoing through the rubble, a haunting melody of hope and madness. "The key, there's a way to bring it back." Lena's face pales, as if the very air has been siphoned from her lungs. "Isaac, no. You can't," but the words fall flat, smothered by the swell of emotion that threatens to drown us all. I can see it in his eyes, that familiar spark of obsession, the insatiable thirst for something greater than ourselves. "I can fix this," he cries, but even as he speaks, I can sense the desperation clawing at him, the chaos bleeding through his veins. The world tilts on its axis, and I'm pulled from the brink of hope into a chasm of despair. What will it cost? I shout, desperation etching my features into a mask of fear. What will it take from you? The shadows seem to swirl around him, whispering secrets in a language I cannot comprehend, curling around him like tendrils of smoke. He falters for a heartbeat, and in that instant, I see the cracks in his facade, the fissures in his determination. Everything, he whispers, the word trembling on the edge of a knife. I'll lose everything. And the reality of it sinks in like a stone, heavy and unyielding. He's willing to gamble it all, his life, his soul, his very essence, on a chance to mend the universe. I remember the nights we spent under the stars, mapping constellations like they were the threads of our fates. Now those stars feel like cruel jesters, laughing at the folly of a desire that can only lead to more chaos. Don't you see? I plead, my voice rising above the din, heart racing as if I could outrun the inevitable. We're standing on the edge, Isaac. You could fall and take everything with you. But his resolve hardens like ice. And what if I don't? The question lingers, hanging in the air thick with tension. It's a twisted dance we're caught in, a macabre waltz of hope and despair, and I can't tell where one ends and the other begins. The world trembles again, a reminder that chaos is not just an external force, it's the storm that rages within us, threatening to consume every last shred of sanity. Lena's eyes dart between us, the weight of her choices pressing down like a suffocating blanket. We can't do this, she whispers, and in that instant, I see the fracture line drawn between us, the unbridgeable chasm of sacrifice and survival. But I can't let go. Not of him. Not of the dream of a cosmos reborn, a universe stitched together from the remnants of despair. As I stand there, with the echoes of our past ricocheting through my mind, I realize that the true cost of rebuilding this cosmos is not in what we lose, but in what we are willing to face. The shadows dance closer, and I feel the quaking earth pull me in, gripping my heart with icy fingers. We are trapped in a web of choices, and each breath sharpens the tension. I reach out, grasping for something, anything, that will anchor us to hope, even as the universe swirls around us in a tempest of chaos and potential. And in that moment, we stand together, a trio caught in the gravitational pull of destiny. Chaos waits, but so does potential. Somewhere in the storm, the promise of order lies hidden, waiting to be summoned from the depths of despair. The air crackles with electricity, each pulse a reminder that we are alive, that we still have the power to shape something beautiful from the ashes. But as the shadows loom larger, I can't shake the feeling that in this dance of creation, loss is the only certainty. The stars above twinkle mockingly, and I can only hope that in the end, chaos will yield to order. But for now, we are standing on the brink, heartbeats mingling with the rhythm of the cosmos, waiting for the moment that will change everything. The clock ticks ominously in the shadowy room, each second swelling with a weight that smothers the air. A young woman, Ilara, stands trembling in the center, a threadbare tapestry of dreams and regrets draped over her shoulders. She grips a slip of paper, its edges frayed, the word scrawled in a hand that trembles with the burden of fate. I remember, she whispers, the confession hanging in the air like smoke. I remember the day I decided to defy the Moirai. Outside, the city is alive, but inside, it's as if time stands still. The lamplight flickers, casting ghostly shadows that dance across the walls, each one a reminder of the choices she's made. It's too late to turn back, too late to escape the loom that spins the threads of her life, entwined with those of her brother, Aidan, who lies unconscious in the next room, the spectre of fate hovering over him like a dark cloud. I can't lose you, Aidan, she cries, her voice cracking like brittle glass. Not to this curse. Tears stream down her cheeks, pooling on the paper. The night is still, but inside her, a storm rages, wild and untamed. She can almost hear the Moirai laughing, their whispers curling around her like smoke. Aidan had never been the brave one. He was the dreamer, the idealist, always chasing after stars that seemed just out of reach. But in this moment, as she watches the rise and fall of his chest, she realizes the truth that cuts deeper than any blade. He had always believed that fate would shepherd him safely home. She had wanted to believe it, too, until destiny decided to toy with them, twisting their lives into a grotesque game, mocking them with the promises of hope. I remember, she murmurs again, fear clawing at her throat, the day we made our pact. To take on the world, to laugh in the face of the Moirai. The memory rushes back, how they stood on the rooftop under the light of a blood moon, daring the cosmos to intervene, their hearts woven together, entwined with hope. But now, that same hope feels like a noose tightening around her neck, whispering that maybe they weren't meant to fight fate at all. She glances at the door, half expecting a shadow to slip through, someone, something, to come and claim Aiden. The shadow's pulse, alive with the weight of unsaid words, of dreams deferred. Just then, a sound, a soft groan, emanates from the room next to her. The quiet desperation of her brother pulls her closer, threading her heart with anguish and love. I can't let them take you, she vows softly, her resolve solidifying into something fierce. She will not allow the Moirai to cut Aiden's thread before their story is fully told. And yet, in confronting fate, what if she unwittingly unravels her own? The thought chills her. Time stretches, warping, as she paces, the walls closing in. Each tick of the clock a reminder, a countdown to something inevitable. I remember, she gasps as a memory tugs at her, pulling her into the past, her mother's voice, a lullaby woven with tales of the Moirai, the three sisters who spin the fates of mortals. She could still hear her mother's soft laughter, the way it danced around the room, but now it feels like a ghost haunting her, mocking her choices. Meanwhile, in that dimly lit space, Aiden stirs, a flicker of life returning. Ilara, he croaks, voice thick with sleep. The sound is like a jolt to her heart, both a balm and a blade. What happened? His gaze is foggy, shadowed by dreams that slip away too quickly. They came for you, she breathes, each word laced with urgency. But I won't let them take you. I'll fight for you. The raw intensity of her confession ignites a fire in her veins. And as she speaks, she feels the Moirai's gaze upon her, heavy and watchful, as if they are relishing the drama unfolding before them. As if they know the end has already been written. Aiden's brow furrows, confusion clouding his eyes. You can't fight them, he murmurs, but the spark of determination within him flares to life. You'll only make it worse. But what if I can change it? Her heart races, pounding against her ribs like a caged bird, desperate to escape. What if I could weave a new thread for us? A future that isn't doomed. She believes it, in that moment, as fervently as she believes in the air she breathes. Aiden's gaze sharpens, piercing through the haze of uncertainty. But that's their power, Ilara. We're just puppets. You can't, I refuse to be a puppet, she shouts, the walls reverberating with her fury. I refuse to let them snip our lives like threads on a loom. Her voice trembles, raw with desperation. I'll do whatever it takes. And in that instant, she catches a glimpse of the Moirai, unseen but palpable, in the corners of the room, their laughter echoing like a haunting melody, a mockery of her resolve. The thought sends a shiver down her spine. What if they were right? What if she was indeed merely a character in someone else's story? The air thickens, heavy with anticipation, as the tension rises between them, swirling like a tempest. Aiden reaches for her hand, his grip warm and grounding. Ilara, listen, his voice is steady, an anchor in the storm. You can't change fate. But as those words hang in the air, she suddenly remembers the clock, each tick a reminder of the ephemeral nature of their lives, of the choices they made that led them here. I know, she whispers, but for the first time, I want to try. The shadows swirl, closing in, as the clock ticks nearer to midnight. The Moirai are watching, and their influence is everywhere, their presence a constant reminder of the fragility of life. But in this moment, Ilara feels something shift, a spark of defiance igniting within her. In that fragile, electric silence, she understands that she may not defeat the Moirai, but she can fight with everything she has. And perhaps, that is enough. Perhaps, even in the face of fate, there is still a chance to weave a new story, a story that breathes, that lives, that defies the loom. The ground beneath her shifts, the air crackles with energy, and she knows, the Moirai may have spun their threads, but it's her heart that will guide her, for better or worse. As the darkness gathers, the tension rises, thick and suffocating, their fates entwined, each thread a desperate plea for hope, resistance, and the unyielding desire to reclaim the narrative. With one last glance at Aidan, his eyes reflecting the flickering light like stars swallowed by the night, Ilara steels herself, ready to plunge into the abyss of their intertwined destinies, the looming confrontation just beyond the veil. The clock ticks louder, a heartbeat echoing the call of fate, drawing her closer to the edge where everything converges, where every choice hangs precariously, waiting to unravel. Thunder cracked overhead, a celestial drumroll heralding chaos. I stood there, heart pounding, as the ground trembled beneath me, a warning of the storm that raged not only in the skies but within the very fabric of the cosmos. Lightning split the dark sky, illuminating the faces around me, twisted with fear and determination. Each flash was fleeting, yet within it, I caught glimpses of memories, of laughter, of love, of betrayal. I remember the stories they told me, the whispered legends of the Titanomachy, the clash of gods and titans that shaped our fate. I remember the day I met Cassia, her hair wild, eyes aflame with that defiance I both admired and feared. She stood in the shadows of a crumbling temple, a spectre amidst the ruins of what once was a sanctuary turned battleground. The titans are not gone, she had said, voice trembling with urgency. They linger in the hearts of men, in the whispers of our dreams. Her words wrapped around me like vines, pulling me into the depths of her conviction. But I had hesitated, chained by my own doubts. The legacy of the Titanomachy was a heavy mantle, draped across generations, a burden I wasn't sure I could bear. Then there was Aelron, a man forged in fire and regret. He stood at the edge of the fray, a warrior caught between the past and his desire for redemption. The scars on his arms told stories of battles fought and lives lost, but the most profound scars were hidden beneath the surface, where grief festered like an open wound. I watched him as he clenched his fists, the tension in his shoulders like a coiled spring ready to explode. The past is a ghost, he hissed through gritted teeth, and I cannot escape it. I wanted to reach out, to soothe those jagged edges, but the air between us crackled with history, reminding me that some wounds run too deep to heal. A chorus of voices erupted around us, a cacophony of anguish and fury. Titans were rising, no longer mere shadows of myth, but embodiments of our darkest fears. I could feel their breath on the back of my neck, cold and suffocating. The ground beneath us split, a gaping more threatening to swallow us whole. Fight! Cassia's voice sliced through the chaos, fierce and unwavering. We carry their legacy, their blood runs through our veins. They are us. Her words ignited something within me, a flicker of hope amidst despair. I remembered my grandmother's tales, told by firelight, of how the Titans had once ruled with tyrannical power, how their defeat had ushered in an age of gods. But as I glanced at Aelron, I saw that belief was not enough to stave off the despair creeping into his heart. Each Titan that fell had brought with it a piece of his soul, and the line between hero and monster blurred like the storm cloud swirling above us. In that moment, I realized something seismic had shifted. The Titanomachy did not end, it transformed. Memories flooded back, faces of those we had lost, the weight of their absence pressing down like lead. Each Titan we face is a piece of our history, I whispered, desperation clawing at my throat. We can't fight them alone. The words felt small against the enormity of the threat, but they were the only truth I had. Cassia and Aelron, fierce in their own ways, were now bound to my fate. The storm raged on, but our hearts beat in a synchrony, a primal rhythm that spoke of survival. We lunged forward, shadows dancing as we faced the rising dread. I could see it now, the Titans, not just giants of old but reflections of our own failings, our choices. They were the embodiment of every wrong turn, every moment we had chosen fear over action. With each Titan that rose, the ground shook with the weight of our collective guilt. I stumbled back, the earth splitting beneath me, and in that moment, I saw Aelron fall, a Titan's hand grasping him, pulling him into the abyss of despair. No! I shouted, the word tearing from my throat like a battle cry. I lunged forward, a fierce instinct driving me, the faint remnants of hope whispering that we could change our story. But hope was a fragile thing, easily crushed beneath the weight of the past. The Titan's grip tightened around Aelron, squeezing not just his body but his spirit, drawing forth the darkness he had buried deep. I saw Cassia's face, her eyes wide with fear, but also with resolve. "We can't let them take him," she cried, her voice fierce as the storm above. Fight back. Remember who you are. As the Titan loomed larger, the weight of our shared legacy pressed down like a suffocating fog. Memories collided, and for a heartbeat, I felt the past swirl around us, a maelstrom of dreams, regrets, and the echoes of ancient battles. They were not just stories, they were warnings, an unyielding reminder of what we could become if we let the legacy of the Titanomachy consume us. I reached out to Aelron, grasping his arm with all the strength I could muster. Remember, I urged, my voice breaking. Fight! You are not alone. We are the descendants of gods and titans alike. We carry both their strength and their burdens. His gaze met mine, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of recognition, a spark igniting within the storm of darkness that threatened to engulf him. Together, we surged forward, the shadows of our lineage intertwining, amplifying our resolve. The Titans roared, but so did we, defiance erupting from the depths of our souls as we clung to the fragile thread of hope. Together! Cassia shouted, and the very air seemed to vibrate with our unity. Time stretched and warped, moments cascading like the relentless waves of an unforgiving ocean. The Titans raged, but we were determined to carve our own legacy, to rewrite the myths that held us captive. And still, the storm rumbled on, the past clawing at our heels, whispering tales of woe and might. The confrontations ahead loomed ominously, but we pressed on, hearts pounding like war drums, knowing that our story was only beginning, that the Titanomachy was a legacy not easily escaped. Yet, in every beat, every breath, we chose to defy the darkness, to rise above it. We would not be mere echoes of the past, we would be the architects of our fate, the authors of our own myths. And as the clash of titans echoed in the distance, a chilling reminder of the battles yet to come, I felt an unshakable truth settle over me. The legacy of the Titanomachy was not just a tale told in whispers, it was alive, pulsing through our veins, begging to be confronted once more. The wind howled like a wounded beast, slicing through the night, carrying with it whispers of dread and anticipation. A silhouette loomed over the edge of a crumbling cliff, the earth trembling beneath her feet. Elara stood there, heart racing, a tangle of fear and determination coiling tightly in her chest. Below, the abyss yawned, an endless void that promised both escape and oblivion. It was here, at this precipice, that humanity's myths collided with the raw truth of existence. She could feel it, a pulse, a heartbeat that resonated in the darkness, echoing tales of gods and monsters, of triumph and despair. I remember the stories. I remember how they wrapped around me like a shroud, how they made me warm in a world so cold. But standing here, the weight of their failure pressed down, an unbearable sorrow mixing with the wind. Elara! A voice cracked through the storm, pulling her back from the edge. It was Jude, his face pale, eyes wide with a blend of fear and urgency. He stumbled toward her, breathless, as if the very air was too heavy to bear. We don't have much time. They're coming. Elara turned, her heart a war drum, thumping against her ribcage. Who? Who's coming? The Watchers. The ones who guard the myths, and the ones who will erase us for daring to challenge them. His hands trembled, and it wasn't just the chill in the air. It was the weight of their shared past, the memories of laughter and love shadowed by betrayal and loss. It was too late for them. The myths had woven their lives into a tapestry of despair, but perhaps, in this moment, in this chaos, they could weave something new. We can't let them take us. Not again, she whispered, the words barely escaping her lips. I remember when we thought we were invincible. The nights of planning, of dreaming, of believing that we could rewrite history, not just ours, but everyone's. But dreams can turn darker than nightmares, and hope can shatter like glass. The ground rumbled as figures emerged from the fog, cloaked in shadows, faces obscured. They moved with unnatural grace, a chilling harmony that filled the air with dread. Elara felt the ground beneath her feet pulse, as if the earth itself was alive, trembling in fear of the impending confrontation. Run! Jude shouted, his voice cracking like thunder. They turned, sprinting away from the edge, from the abyss, but the shadows followed. A cacophony of whispers filled the air, each word clawing at their sanity. You cannot escape. You are bound by the truths of your existence. Elara's mind raced, tangling memories with reality. She remembered her father's stories, how the ancients danced with gods and stole fire from the heavens. What if we outsmart them? She gasped. What if we make the myths part of our fight? Jude's eyes brightened for a fleeting moment. The stories, they live in us. But how do we wield them? By believing in them, she said, her breath catching as the shadows closed in. By believing that we can be the heroes, for once. But belief is a fragile thing, like a spider's web shimmering in the moonlight, beautiful yet easily broken. The shadows surged forward, tendrils of darkness wrapping around Jude's ankle, pulling him down. Elara! Help! No! A scream tore from her throat, raw and primal. She lunged, grasping his hand, heart racing, the world shrinking around them. A surge of memories flooded her, a childhood spent listening to tales of bravery and defeat, of love lost and battles won. I remember the time when I laughed at danger, when stories were just stories. But now, they were etched into my very soul, a reminder of what could be lost. I won't let them take you. She pulled with all her might, and for a moment, it felt as if time itself had paused, holding its breath in anticipation. But the shadows were relentless, a suffocating tide. You cannot change what is written, they hissed, the voices chilling her to the core. Tears streamed down Elara's face, the weight of her despair mingling with the howl of the wind. I refuse to believe that. The words burst from her, a fire igniting in her chest. We are not mere puppets. We are the ones who can rewrite those stories. The shadows recoiled, a moment of hesitation. Elara seized it, pulling Jude to his feet as they stumbled back toward the cliff. Together, she cried, her voice resonating with the energy of countless dreams ignited by hope. We're not alone. We carry the weight of every soul that dared to dream. With a shared breath, they leaped into the unknown, the chasm below beckoning them with its darkness. The world blurred around them, and in that moment, they were not just fleeing shadows, they were becoming legends, rewriting myths in the very fabric of existence. Time felt suspended, the cosmos swirling above them, stars twinkling like forgotten promises. The ground rushed to meet them, but they were not afraid. They had become the embodiment of every story ever told, a testament to the resilience of humanity. I remember the feeling of flight, of being untethered from the restraints of reality, dancing with the ghosts of dreams long past. The darkness that loomed now felt different, it felt like possibility, the kind that could transcend even the most suffocating shadows. And as the abyss swallowed them whole, they embraced the chaos, knowing that in every heartbeat lay the power to craft a new myth, a new beginning, resonating through the echoes of time. The sky rippled, a bruise of purples and blacks, as the sun surrendered to twilight. I stood there, breathless, heart racing with the weight of eternity pressing down like a mountain. Shadows stretched across the desolate expanse, whispering secrets of the past, secrets that had shaped gods and giants, the Titans and Olympians, now standing on the precipice of reconciliation or annihilation. I remember standing at the edge of that abyss, my heart thundering like the hooves of a million horsemen, my skin prickling with the electric tension of the moment. The air tasted of ash and blood, the remnants of battles fought and lives lost. And at the center of it all stood Cadmus, his brow furrowed, eyes smoldering with a fire that could ignite the world. I could see it in him, the desperate flicker of hope battling against despair. He had lost everything yet couldn't let go, he was both the sword and the shield. Then there was Athena, her presence like a storm cloud ready to burst. She had faced her share of betrayal, her heart twisted in knots, longing for peace yet bracing for war. Her fingers twitched at her sides, a warrior's instinct, ready to strike or to protect, but torn between her loyalty to the Olympians and the haunting echoes of her past with the Titans. I could see the conflict raging in her stormy gaze, the flicker of doubt that made her human. Cadmus! Athena's voice sliced through the thick air, sharp and pleading. You can't trust them. They'll tear us apart again. I remember the taste of their bitterness, Cadmus responded, a whisper that seemed to resonate with the earth itself. But what if this time is different? What if we can forge something new? His hands trembled, fingers curling into fists, a silent war waging within him. I remember standing there, caught in the crossfire of their emotions, feeling the weight of time pressing down like a suffocating blanket. The Titans loomed on the horizon, shadows of their former selves, their massive forms flickering with uncertainty. They had been exiled, forgotten, but now, they returned with their scars and stories. Could forgiveness bloom from such fertile darkness? The tension was a living thing, thrumming in the air, a heartbeat that pulsed with every breath. I could almost hear it, thump, 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 an echo of past grievances and unfulfilled dreams. I felt the pull of history, the shadows of ancient grudges clinging to the very ground beneath us. Together, Cadmus pleaded, we can break this cycle. We can rewrite our destinies. His voice cracked, a raw, haunting sound that echoed across the silence, a plea that slipped through the cracks of hardened hearts. Athena's lips pressed into a thin line, a mask of resolve battling against the tempest inside her. But trust is a fragile thing, Cadmus. It shatters at the slightest touch. And then, like a dam bursting, the Titans advanced, their massive forms casting an ominous shadow, each step reverberating through the ground. I felt the air grow thick, charged with anticipation and dread. I could see the flickers of doubt play across Cadmus's face, the flickering candle of hope threatened by the icy winds of reality. Do you remember the stories we told, Cadmus? Athena whispered, her voice trembling like the leaves before a storm. The tales of destruction, of betrayal? Do we dare weave another? I felt the tension twist around me, palpable and fierce. It was a dance of ghosts, memories of old wounds and fresh scars intermingling, the universe holding its breath. Each Titan's face told a story, a past filled with grandeur turned to ashes, their eyes reflecting the weight of eons spent in darkness. Listen to me, Cadmus shouted, desperation lacing his words. We can't let the past dictate our future. His voice cracked, a raw edge that cut through the tension, and I felt every heartbeat reverberate through the shadows. Athena's gaze softened momentarily, her heart laid bare beneath the armor she wore. But can we ever truly forget, Cadmus? The Titans had drawn closer now, their eyes glimmering with a mix of anger and longing, their ancient forms heavy with the weight of eternity. It was a sight both terrifying and magnificent, a testament to the power of reconciliation. As the shadows of the past loomed over us, I could feel the air crackle with anticipation. This was no mere confrontation, it was a collision of souls, a reckoning of the deepest kind. I could feel it in my bones, the gravity of their choices, the weight of their decisions. Forgive us, a Titan roared, voice like thunder, echoing across the desolation. We were cast into shadows, but we remember the light. Cadmus stepped forward, heart pounding in sync with the tremors of the earth. Then let that light guide us. Let it break the chains of our past. And in that moment, time seemed to shatter, splintering like glass caught in the sun. Each shard reflected a piece of their souls, their fears, their dreams, their unquenchable thirst for connection. I was lost in the whirlwind of emotion, the swirling chaos of forgiveness and fate. The shadows flickered, and I felt the air thrum with possibility. This was the moment, the spine-chilling edge of reason and madness, the very fabric of their history threatening to unravel into something beautiful or catastrophic. Together, Cadmus murmured, and the word hung in the air, a lifeline tossed amidst the turbulence. Together, we can build a new tapestry, a legacy woven not from bloodshed but from understanding. But would they heed him? The tension hung thick, suffocating, every heartbeat echoing a question: could they rise from the ashes, or would they tumble back into the abyss? I felt the darkness press down, but in that moment, I also felt the flicker of hope, a tiny spark that dared to ignite amidst the chaos. Time danced around us, twisting and curling like smoke, and I was caught in the storm of their emotions: fear, rage, hope, and an aching desire for connection. And as the Titans advanced, the battleground of the soul prepared to unfold, I knew that whatever happened next would haunt the cosmos, an eternal question left hanging in the air. Would they embrace the light, or would the shadows swallow them whole once more? Thunder rumbled overhead, a low growl that vibrated through the air, and I gripped the tattered fabric of my cloak, the rain sucking me into its cold embrace. It was then, in that haunting twilight, that I felt their presence swirling around me, gods and forgotten spirits, the lesser deities who thrummed with raw power, unseen yet omnipresent, casting shadows across the cobblestones of the city. I was not alone, the air crackled with their whispers, and I could almost hear the heartbeat of the world pulsing beneath my feet. I remember Lila, her laughter echoing like a chime in the wind, now replaced by the dread of what had come to pass. She was my tether to sanity, a flickering candle flame in the dark. But she had started to fade, her eyes clouding over with the weight of her own unseen burdens, secrets she wouldn't share, fears that twisted her dreams into nightmares. I could see it, the way her hands trembled when she thought no one was watching, how her smile became a ghost of itself under the weight of the fading sun. And then there was Victor, the skeptic, cracking jokes about the divine while clutching at his own insecurities. He'd roll his eyes at the tales of gods and monsters, but I'd seen him shiver when the clouds roiled above, the shadows dancing like specters in the twilight. It's just weather, he'd scoff, but I knew. I could see the truth in the flicker of his gaze, the way he clutched his leather satchel as if it contained a treasure more valuable than gold. His laughter would sometimes echo too loudly, as if he were trying to drown out the cries of a past that haunted him. We stood there, on the brink of something unimaginable, pulled together by forces we barely understood. I could feel the air thickening, a tension building like the moment before a storm. Lila's breath quickened, matching the frantic rhythm of my heart, and I glanced at her, eyes wide, our unspoken fears intertwining. It was not just the storm above us, it was the storm within, wounds unhealed, truths unsaid, and shadows lurking just beyond our vision. As we moved deeper into the heart of the city, the street lamps flickering uncertainly against the encroaching darkness, the echoes of laughter from the taverns felt like a cruel parody. The people there, oblivious to the unseen forces at play, to the deities who thrummed and pulsed just out of view, were wrapped in their own fragile moments of joy. I often envied them, those who could ignore the whispers of fate, who could live as if the fabric of reality were not fraying around them. But then, a scream pierced the air, shattering the fragile illusion. It was raw, primal, a cry that dug into the marrow of my bones. Lila stiffened beside me, her eyes widening as she turned toward the sound, a child's voice, cracking under the weight of fear. Victor cursed under his breath, the bravado evaporating like mist under the sun. We moved as one, adrenaline surging, the darkness wrapping around us like a shroud. The alley was narrow, a throat that choked on the stench of despair, the shadows whispering secrets that clawed at my sanity. And there, illuminated by the pale glow of a distant lantern, stood a figure, a child, trembling against the cool stone wall, haunted eyes flickering like dying stars. "Help me," she cried, a plea that wrapped around my soul tighter than the wet fabric of my cloak. I stepped forward, my heart pounding like the drums of war. What happened? My voice felt weak, a whisper against the tide of chaos that threatened to engulf us. But she only pointed, her small finger trembling toward the darkness, where shadows twisted and writhed as if alive. Lila took a step closer, arms outstretched, but something in the air shifted, an electric charge that made the hairs on my neck stand straight. The child's fear was palpable, and I felt it seep into my own bones, a chill that reached deep into my marrow. "They're coming," she breathed, and the world around us seemed to freeze. Victor moved beside me, his bravado returning like a wave crashing against the shore. "It's just a trick of the light," he said, but his voice cracked, betraying the truth that gnawed at him. The shadows were alive, and I could sense them circling, probing, waiting for the moment to strike. "Stay close," I told them, but my voice felt small, suffocated by the weight of the unseen. The air thickened with tension, and the shadows reached out, fingers of darkness curling around the edges of our vision. I could see them now, figures lurking, half-formed, wailing in silence, manifestations of fears long buried. The lesser deities, the unseen forces that danced just beyond our comprehension. In that moment, I remembered, memories flashing like lightning, Lila's laughter, Victor's eye rolls, the warmth of the sun on my skin, the taste of freedom. But with every heartbeat, my thoughts turned darker, tinged with despair. I could feel it closing in, the abyss of the unknown, and I knew then we were up against forces that thrived in our vulnerabilities, feeding off our fears. "Run!" I shouted, and we tore through the narrow alleyway, hearts pounding in unison. The pounding of our feet echoed against the cobblestones, a rhythm of desperation, the shadows swirling behind us, relentless and hungry. But there was no escape, no sanctuary. We were entwined in the web of fate, caught in a dance with the unseen, and the air crackled with the intensity of the moment, alive, electric, terrifying. As we burst into the streets, the chaos of the city engulfed us, a cacophony of life and death, laughter and screams. I could feel the gods watching, their eyes heavy upon my shoulders, the weight of their expectations pressing me deeper into the earth. I remember feeling invincible, but I also remember the sinking feeling that we were merely pawns in a game we could never hope to understand. And still, we ran, into the heart of the storm, where the shadows writhed and twisted, where the lesser deities of our own making awaited, hungry for a reckoning. The darkness was thick, but together, we would face whatever came next. The air vibrates with the metallic scent of blood and the distant echo of screams. I stand in the middle of the chaos, my heart pounding like war drums in my chest, a raw, primal rhythm that merges with the chaos around me. Shadows stretch and leap, dancing in the flickering light of flames that consume what was once whole. I can feel the heat licking at my skin, a reminder of the world on fire, a world I fought to protect, a world slipping through my fingers like sand, grain by grain. Celia stands beside me, her eyes wide with terror and rage, a storm brewing behind them. "We can't hold them back," she cries, her voice a blend of fear and fierce determination, as she swings her sword, a blade that glimmers with the hope of the fallen. I remember the night she forged it, her hand steady with purpose as she hammered out every ounce of her fury, every drop of her sorrow. Now, that fury is a flickering candle against the engulfing darkness. The battlefield is a tapestry of loss, stitched together with the threads of broken dreams and hollow victories. I see them, the faces of friends turned to ghosts, silhouettes of the past haunting my every thought. They haunt Celia too. I can see it, the way she grips her weapon, the way she glances over her shoulder as if expecting them to emerge from the shadows. "They're counting on us," I whisper, the words barely escaping my lips, a prayer clanging against the armor of our despair. And then there's Marcus, our steadfast warrior, the one who wears his heart like a shield. I catch sight of him, blood-smeared and grim, fighting back-to-back with a ferocity that belies the cracks in his facade. He has always been our anchor, but today, even he falters. The shadows of doubt loom larger than the enemy before us. It's too much. It's never-ending. His voice shakes, and for a moment, I see the raw vulnerability beneath his armor, a boy desperate to be a man, desperate to protect us, desperate to believe that this fight means something. I remember the quiet moments we had, sitting by the dying embers of a fire, sharing stories as if they were treasures. "What's it like to dream?" I had asked, my voice low, the weight of our reality pressing down like a stone. "Like flying and falling at the same time," he replied, his eyes reflecting the stars that seemed so far away. "Like searching for something that's never really there." The memories are disjointed now, fragments of laughter woven into the fabric of grief. They slip away like smoke, but I cling to them, little lifelines in the raging storm. Celia lunges forward, her blade arcing through the air, and I'm struck by the grace of her movement, a dance of violence against the backdrop of chaos. She is a warrior, but she is also a woman, a life filled with yearning. I remember the light in her eyes when she spoke of a future, a home, a family beyond the bloodshed. How did we become the architects of our own ruin? The clash of steel resounds, a symphony of destruction that drowns out the whispers of possibility. We fight, we bleed, and I feel the weight of it all, the weight of promises unkept, the weight of lives cut short. But amidst the turmoil, I see the flicker of courage in her eyes, a defiant fire that refuses to be extinguished. "We will not be forgotten," she screams into the void, a battle cry that sends shivers down my spine. And in that moment, I realize we are already ghosts, living on borrowed time, echoes of the past fighting for a future that feels impossibly far away. The tide shifts, chaos swirling like a tempest around us, and I can't tell where I end and the battlefield begins. I feel Marcus's hand on my shoulder, grounding me, and I glance at him, our eyes locking in an unspoken vow. "We fight together," he says, more a statement than a question. "We've always fought together." I nod, though the tremor in my chest tells me otherwise. There are fractures in our unity, invisible scars etched into our souls. We can't afford to show that vulnerability now. The enemy surges, dark figures emerging from the night, and panic spikes like electricity in the air. I can almost hear the thunder of their footsteps matching the beat of my heart. In this moment, time distorts, the seconds stretch and fold, each breath heavy with the weight of uncertainty. I remember the stories of heroes who rose from the ashes of despair, tales that feel like distant stars. Can we be those heroes? Will they tell our story or simply bury us beneath the rubble? Celia charges, her battle cry rising above the cacophony, and I follow, heart racing, spirit ignited. I can feel the cool metal of my sword in my hand, a lifeline tethering me to purpose. I look to Marcus, who fights with a desperation that both terrifies and inspires me. He's not just a warrior, he's our heart, and every swing of his sword echoes with the memories of laughter, of shared dreams. Together, we shout, the word a spark igniting the dying embers of hope. But just as victory seems within reach, a shadow looms, something dark, something ancient. It whispers promises of power, a siren song that threatens to drown us. I feel it scraping against my mind, pulling at my resolve. I can see it creeping into Marcus's eyes too, the flicker of doubt sparking like a match against dry wood. Stay with me! I scream, knowing that the greatest battle lies not in the enemies before us but within the ghosts that linger in our hearts. We fight back the encroaching darkness, blades flashing in a desperate dance, every strike a testament to our will. The shadows retreat, for now, but I can't shake the feeling that they will return, stronger, hungrier. I remember the day we joined this fight, the dreams we held close, and the promise we made to each other, we would not be mere footnotes in a tale of war. I remember, I whisper, the words slipping from my lips like a prayer, echoing in the chaos. I remember the dreams we had, the laughter we shared. I remember, and just like that, the battle roars anew, drowning out my thoughts. Time hangs in the air, thick like smoke, as we plunge into the fray once more, the fight never ending, the legacy of our choices shaping a destiny we can barely comprehend. We are heroes born from war, yet the question lingers like a ghost, will we survive the war within ourselves? The air crackles with tension, like the moment before a storm breaks. I remember the clash of titans, the shattering of mountains as they grappled in celestial fury. I remember the echoes of despair, the screams that twisted through the heavens. It's an unending spiral of chaos that grips my heart, a reminder of our fragile existence in the shadow of gods. The Titanomachy, a cataclysm, a reckoning, a tale etched in blood and fire. Chaos reigns in the very heart of Olympus. I don't know how long I've been standing here, invisible and suffocated by the weight of history, but I can feel the tremor in my bones. Zephyr, the lost soul of an artist, stands beside me, his fingers stained with the ink of his despair. He once wielded a brush that painted the visions of the cosmos into existence, now it trembles as he witnesses the ruin of a world he once adored. His eyes are hollow, filled with the ghosts of forgotten dreams. Look at them, he whispers, voice cracking like the earth beneath the feet of giants. Look at what they've become. And I see them, the gods and the titans, warring like monsters unleashed from the darkest corners of nightmares. The sky bleeds orange and crimson, the colors of fury and anguish. Each clash ignites a spark of my own despair. I remember the stories my father told me, tales woven with magic and laughter that danced on the tongue like honey. But here, in the stifling grip of chaos, those tales feel like a distant memory, a flickering candle fading into darkness. But it's not just Zephyr plagued by this turmoil. Lilith, the seeker of truth, stands at the edge of this tempest, her heart a battlefield torn between loyalty and rebellion. She's drawn to the side of the Titans, the underdogs of this cosmic struggle, their voices whispering promises of freedom and power. They're not just monsters, she says, defiance lacing her words. They were once creators, just like us. Her hands tremble, the conflict within her striking like thunder, a pulse of electricity that threatens to consume her. I can almost hear the heartbeat of the universe as I watch her move closer to that chaotic edge. The shadows of history loom large, whispering secrets of betrayal and ambition that ripple through time. She's lost in the depths of that storm, caught between the legacy of the Titans and the glory of the Olympians. Do you think we can change it? She asks me, her voice a fragile thread barely holding. Do you think art can save us? It's a question that lingers, weighty and electric, the kind that gnaws at the soul like a relentless hunger. I remember the way she used to paint, how colors burst forth from her fingertips like stars exploding in the night. Now, her palette is smeared with the ashes of defeat. The once vibrant hues are muted echoes of what could have been. How can we create when the world is in ruins? She cries, but I can see the flicker of hope in her eyes, a fragile ember refusing to die. The clash of swords rages on, the gods wielding their powers like reckless children, and I can't help but feel the weight of their arrogance. I remember how they reveled in their superiority, how they crafted tales of triumph over their Titan kin, painting them as mere shadows, remnants of a past that ought to be forgotten. But here, in this moment, I realize how fragile that superiority is. The very art that once immortalized their glory now feels tainted, a reflection of a cycle of violence and hubris. Suddenly, a blinding flash illuminates the battlefield, and I'm thrust into the chaos. Zephyr stumbles, his hand clutching his heart, overwhelmed by the vision of what horrors unfold. It's all connected, he gasps, his voice a raw whisper filled with anguish. The stories we tell shape our reality. If we forget them, we lose ourselves. I feel the truth of his words as they weave through the air, wrapping around me like chains. Lilith's gaze shifts between the two factions, her heart racing as she senses the impending doom. Art was meant to uplift, to heal, she cries, but as the Titans fall, one by one, under the weight of Olympian might, the echoes of her dreams seem to mock her. The tears spill down her cheeks, heavy with grief, mingling with the dust of fallen heroes. Every heartbeat feels like a countdown, a clock ticking down to a moment that will forever alter the course of existence. The shadows lengthen, and I realize we're caught in a cycle, just like the Titans, just like the gods. I remember the stories that haunt us, the unending loop of war and creation, destruction and rebirth. They haunt us all, lingering like ghosts in a forgotten room. But what if we could break free? What if we could mold the narrative like clay, reshape it into something that speaks of hope rather than despair? Zephyr's fingers twitch, and suddenly he's scribbling on a piece of parchment, words pouring forth like a river of anguish. "I'll write it down," he murmurs, almost to himself. "I'll etch their stories into eternity." The urgency in his voice sends shivers down my spine. Each word he writes seems charged with the weight of 1,000 battles. I can feel the pulse of history in my veins, a call to arms against the silence that threatens to engulf us. Lilith steps closer, her breath catching in her throat, the flicker of rebellion igniting a fire in her eyes. "Together, we can create something new," she whispers fiercely, her heart beating in time with Zephyr's ink-stained hands. "We can immortalize the truth, the struggle, the beauty born from pain." And in this tempest of turmoil and creation, I feel the world shift. The Titanomachy is more than a battle, it's a catalyst, a reminder that art and literature are the beating heart of our existence, the very essence of our humanity. It's a flame that flickers in the dark, a signal to the lost souls who wander in shadow. As the clash continues, a glimmer of hope dances on the horizon, a promise that the stories we tell can rewrite the very fabric of our fate. But the moment is fleeting, a breath held too long, and I can feel the pull of the abyss, the weight of history pressing down on us. "We must remember," I whisper, and the words resonate, echoing against the backdrop of chaos. The Titanomachy rages on, but our hearts beat as one, a rhythm of defiance against the storm. There's no conclusion, only the promise of rebirth, a reminder that in the darkest of stories, we can still find the light. And as the shadows deepen, I know that this is just the beginning. The battle may rage, but the words we weave can change everything. They can hold the cosmos in their embrace, transforming despair into hope, chaos into creation. And so, we stand at the precipice, ready to leap into the unknown, forever intertwined in this dance of art and destruction, of life and death. The clock ticks like a heartbeat, echoing through the hollow chambers of a forsaken building. Outside, the night air hangs thick with anticipation, a heavy blanket of darkness pressed tight against the windows, muffling the outside world. I stand there, an arm's length away from a door that could splinter at any moment, the wood trembling under the weight of impending choices. A soft rustle breaks the silence, and my heart skips. I remember the laughter of children outside, a haunting sound now, twisted by time. Joy has a way of sharpening the edges of despair. In the shadows, there's Jason, his face illuminated only by the flickering light of a dying bulb. His fingers twitch like the wings of a trapped moth, desperate for escape. I trace the lines of his worry, etched deeply like scars. "You don't have to do this," I whisper, but the words crumble before they reach him. He looks at me, and in his eyes, I see the swirling tempest of guilt and fear battling for dominance. He's a soldier trapped between battles, and I'm the ghost of a memory he can't shake off. Then there's Maria, crouched against the wall, her breath shallow, each inhale a struggle against the weight of her past. She holds a crumpled photograph, a family once whole, now fragmented like the stories we tell ourselves. "I remember," she says, her voice trembling, "when it was just us." Before, she trails off, but the unspoken looms large between us, a spectre that taunts and haunts. A mother, once proud, now tethered to a moment so heavy it might crush her. I can almost see the glittering shards of her dreams scattered around her like fallen stars. The door creaks, and I sense the shift in the air, a crackle of energy that sends chills racing down my spine. It's as if the universe pauses, breath held tight, before launching into chaos. The weight of our decisions hangs like a storm cloud above us, ready to unleash rain or wrath. What do we choose in moments like these? To remember or to forget? To shield our hearts or to fracture them further? Each choice is a thread, weaving the tapestry of our lives. But what happens when the threads twist too tightly, threatening to snap? The room feels smaller. Memories bleed into the present like watercolor on a wet canvas. I close my eyes, and suddenly I'm back in that sunlit park, surrounded by laughter, the smell of cotton candy and blooming flowers wrapping around me. In that moment, everything was possible. I had no idea how fragile joy could be, how quickly it could slip through fingers like grains of sand. Why are we here? Maria's question tears through the reverie. It's a plea, heavy with the weight of despair that deepens the shadows on her face. Jason shakes his head as if to dissolve the tension hanging thick in the air, but it clings to us like a shroud. Because we have to face it. "We can't keep running," he says, his voice rising, cracking under the pressure of truth. Our stories are tangled now, threads woven through years of pain, laughter, loss, and sorrow. But which version of the story do we tell? The one where we were heroes, fighting against the odds, or the one where we faltered, stumbling through the mess of life? I remember the first time I held Maria's daughter, the warmth of her tiny body against my chest, the way she looked up at me with innocent wonder. "You're my hero," she had said, and in that moment, I was. Or was I? The air shifts again, pregnant with the tension of our unspoken fears. Jason paces, a restless energy radiating from him. He's been haunted by nightmares, echoes of choices made and unmade, and I can see them flickering behind his eyes like ancient film reels. A soldier turned into a ghost, fighting battles on the inside, his armor now a brittle shell. "I can't let her down," he whispers, and I feel the weight of that promise. It's a vow, forged in the fires of desperation, tempered by hope. "Let her see you," I plead, my voice barely above a whisper. "Let her know you're still here." But even as I say it, the words feel hollow, echoing in a chamber that's filled with loss. Each heartbeat thrums with the knowledge that we are not who we once were, and the truth hangs heavy in the air, suffocating. Footsteps shuffle, the shadows flicker, and I realize we're not alone. The door bursts open, and a figure stands framed against the darkness, a silhouette of uncertainty. The room feels electric, charged with the energy of unresolved emotions, each moment stretched thin like a taut wire. I clench my fists, bracing for the impact of the unknown. The tension escalates as we brace ourselves for whatever comes next, the air thick with dread and anticipation. In that stillness, I remember the universe expanding, the cosmos spinning in its grand tapestry, unfathomable and brilliant, while we're here, caught in our small stories. We're mere actors in a play we never auditioned for, and yet, we're here, grappling with our narratives, shaping them, reshaping them, ever-evolving. "Tell me your story," I whisper, searching the faces around me for salvation, for an ending that isn't yet written. Their eyes flicker with the fear of vulnerability, the burden of truth that weighs us down. With every pulse of the ticking clock, I feel the story shift, bend, and intertwine, leaving us hanging at the precipice, caught in the balance of what was and what could be, a haunting reminder that we are never just one version of ourselves. And just like that, the shadows deepen, the past and present entwining, spiraling into the unknown, leaving us with threads of stories yet to be told. A thunderous roar echoes through the sky, a sound like the earth itself shattering under the weight of betrayal. I can feel it in my bones, this violent tremor, this electrifying pulse of ancient wrath. I stand on the precipice of destruction, watching the world shift beneath me, and the air is thick with the scent of impending doom. The Titans, those colossal shadows of old, are waking. I remember the thrill, that heady rush of adrenaline, every heartbeat a countdown to chaos. I remember Hera, her eyes burning with a fierce determination, a queen stripped of her crown but not her spirit. Each glance from her sears into the fabric of my soul, a reminder of what's at stake. She has lost too much, her pride, her family, and now she stands on the battlefield clad in resolve and sorrow. Zeus, she calls, her voice a soft thunder, we cannot allow them to take what is ours. But even as she says this, I see the flicker of doubt behind her fierce facade. How many times has she stood beside him only to be cast aside, her heart shattering like fragile glass? The Titans are rising, and with them, the weight of history presses down upon us. Each Titan, a ghost of a memory, a monument of grief and rage. I can feel their anger crackling around us, a storm brewing in the distance. Typhon, the father of all monsters, slithers through the shadows, a serpent with 1,000 eyes, each one filled with the desire for vengeance. He remembers. Oh, how he remembers the chains that bound him, the darkness that smothered his spirit. I remember my own voice, rising above the tumult. We will not bend. We will not break. A rallying cry, but is it for them or for myself? I don't know anymore. In this moment, I am both a warrior and a coward, torn between the thrill of battle and the paralyzing fear gnawing at my insides. The clash of titans reverberates through my mind, a symphony of chaos. The ground trembles beneath my feet as Cronus looms large, a titan with a crown of despair, wielding his scythe with the precision of a surgeon. He is the embodiment of time itself, relentless, unforgiving. I will reclaim what is mine, he bellows, and his voice carries the weight of ages. But what is his claim, really? A throne of bones and blood? I can feel Hera's gaze on me, urging me to move, to act. Face him. Face them all, she commands, but fear coils around my heart like a vine, choking the words in my throat. I am a prisoner of my own making, a spectator in this grand tragedy. And then I see her, the embodiment of defiance, the soul of the rebellion. Athena, cloaked in wisdom yet brandishing the ferocity of war. She strides forward, her spear glinting under the fading light, a beacon of hope in a world poised on the edge of despair. Together, she declares, her voice a clarion call that cuts through the din of battle. United, we are unstoppable. Her resolve ignites the air, and for a moment, I forget my fears. But even hope can be a double-edged sword. I remember the whispers, the shadows lurking just beyond the light, the betrayals we cannot foresee. Will you betray us again, Zeus? Echoes the voice of my own conscience, taunting, reminding me of the past. How many times have I turned my back on those I loved? How many times have I let ambition cloud my judgment? The battlefield is alive now, a wild tapestry of violence and beauty. I can taste the salt of sweat and blood on my lips, hear the clash of steel against steel, the cries of the fallen mingling with the thunder of the titans awakening. I want to scream, to let my fear spill into the air, but I can't. The moment devours me whole, and I am swept away in its chaos. A glint of silver catches my eye, a blade, sharp as time itself, thrust into the earth. I remember the legends, the prophecies that foretold our end. I remember the weight of destiny pressing down upon my shoulders. We are the children of the gods. I roar, the words clawing their way free from my throat. And we will rise. But the titans are relentless. They surge forward, their steps shaking the very ground, their eyes burning with the fire of their vengeance. I feel the pull of their power, a dark gravity, threatening to drag me down into an abyss. I reach for Hera's hand, feeling the warmth of her skin, the promise of unity. Together, I whisper, my voice steadying. And then I see it, the moment that will define us all. The clash of steel, the spiraling dance of fate. A flash of light, a heartbeat suspended in time. I realize then that this moment is not just a battle, it is the culmination of every choice made, every relationship forged in the fires of conflict. I remember Athena's fierce gaze, the strength radiating from her as she charges forward, and I know I cannot falter. We charge into the heart of the storm, a whirlwind of fury and defiance. The Titans loom above us, but we are not afraid. Together, we are the pulse of defiance, the heartbeat of rebellion, the light illuminating the dark. But as we clash, I feel the weight of uncertainty. Will this be our salvation or our demise? The shadows whisper secrets I'm not ready to hear. I remember my fears, my doubts, the unrelenting tide of history crashing over us. The battle rages on, and in the whirlwind of chaos, I am lost. This is the Titanomachy, an ancient tale reborn, a modern struggle echoing through the ages. I grasp at the threads of fate, and as I do, I realize that the fight is not only against giants, it is against our own demons. In the eye of the storm, I take a breath and scream into the tempest. We are the architects of our fate. We will shape the future. And with that declaration, I plunge deeper into the fray, knowing the battle is far from over. The Titans are awakening, and so are we, each step forward a declaration of existence, a refusal to be forgotten. And as the chaos unfurls, I realize, this isn't just a battle, it's a revolution of the heart, an echo of what it means to be alive amidst the shadows. The fight continues, an endless loop of struggle and triumph, just as the cosmos spins above, indifferent yet eternal. The sky split open, a violent cacophony of thunder and lightning that shattered the air, as if the very gods were waging war above. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribcage, a witness to chaos incarnate. The ground trembled beneath my feet, a living beast writhing in agony, and I felt the weight of the world shifting. The clash of titans echoed in my mind, a relentless reminder of power's intoxicating allure and its insatiable hunger for responsibility. I remember the first time I saw her, a flicker of light in a sea of darkness, Callista, fierce and unyielding. She wielded her sword like a comet, carving through the shadows, her eyes ablaze with purpose. But even that fire had its cost. Every swing, every breath she took, whispered of sacrifices made, of heroes fallen. We weren't just fighting for ourselves, she'd said once, her voice steady yet laced with a tremor of fear. We fight for the echoes of those who came before us. I could almost see their faces, lost in the shrouds of time, ghosts clinging to her shoulders as she battled giants. Then there was Lysander, a man burdened by his own ambitions, a restless soul who danced on the edge of fate. The echoes of his laughter rang hollow now, replaced by the gnawing realization that power came with shadows. I watched as he stood at the precipice, a storm brewing in his heart, the weight of his choices pressing down like a vice. I wanted to be a god, he confessed one night, his voice cracking under the weight of his dreams. But gods don't bleed. They don't feel. Yet, in that moment, he bled, emotion spilling from him in hot, jagged shards that pierced my own heart. And there it was, the eternal conflict, power versus responsibility. A relentless cycle of desire and consequence, of dreams forged in the crucible of ambition. I could hear their voices, a haunting chorus echoing through the tempest. Take it, they called, the power is yours. But what would it cost? What lives would be extinguished in the flames of a single decision? The thought sent shivers racing down my spine, the air thick with uncertainty. As the battle raged on, the lines blurred. Allies became enemies, and in the chaos, I could feel a darkness creeping in, a lush, seductive whisper that danced around my thoughts. It promised greatness, a chance to rise, but at what price? I saw Lysander's face twisted in a grimace, torn between ambition and the weight of his actions. He charged into the fray, a lion-hearted fool, and for a fleeting moment, I believed he would prevail, that he would carry the torch of hope. But as the dust settled and the echoes faded, I knew better. I remember the silence after the battle, a suffocating blanket that draped over us, tragically serene. The ground was littered with the remnants of our hopes, broken bodies and shattered dreams left to rot beneath the watchful stars. Callista knelt by a fallen warrior, her hand stained with grief and regret. "We were meant to protect them," she whispered, her voice breaking like glass, a haunting melody of despair. "I thought I could save them." I could see her spirit dimming, the flickering flame that once illuminated her path now sputtering under the weight of guilt. And Lysander, he stood at the edge of the abyss, eyes vacant and lost, grasping for something he could no longer hold. "What have I done?" he murmured to the night, a haunting question that would echo through eternity. It gnawed at him, a relentless spectre haunting his every waking moment. The power he craved now hung around his neck like an anchor, dragging him into the depths of despair. "I wanted to be remembered," he confessed to no one in particular, "but this isn't how legends are made." A chill swept through the air, a reminder that the consequences of power are like ripples across a tranquil pond, far-reaching, often unseen. I could feel the heaviness of time pressing down on me, the weight of choices lost in the throes of ambition. Each heartbeat became a ticking clock, a relentless reminder that responsibility is not merely an afterthought, it is the very essence of existence. And then, there it was, the moment of reckoning, the collision of choices made and paths taken. I stood between them, desperate to bridge the chasm that had formed, to pull them back from the brink of eternal darkness. "We are not just warriors," I shouted into the deafening silence, my voice a fragile thread woven through the fabric of despair. "We are the guardians of their memories, the keepers of their dreams. We fight not for ourselves but for the legacy we leave behind." But the words hung in the air, a fragile echo lost in the tempest of their hearts. Callista's eyes met mine, a flicker of recognition, and for a heartbeat, I saw the stars reflected in her gaze, the endless possibilities of what we could become, the power that coursed through our veins. Yet just as quickly, the light dimmed, overshadowed by the weight of their choices. "What if we fail?" she breathed, her voice trembling with vulnerability. And I wanted to tell her that failure is a part of the journey, that it's in the cracks of our souls that the light seeps through. But in that moment, I realized the truth. We were each haunted by our own shadows, struggling to find meaning amidst the chaos. Power demands a price, and responsibility is a burden we must bear, whether we choose to or not. As the tempest roared above, I felt the ground shift once more, an unsettling reminder that the battle was far from over. The echoes of the Titanomachy still rang in our ears, a chilling lullaby of ambition and sacrifice that would forever entwine our fates. The horizon loomed before us, an unforgiving expanse filled with uncertainty, and I knew one thing above all else: the real struggle was not against the giants we faced, but within ourselves. So we stood there, three souls intertwined in a web of power and responsibility, caught in the eye of the storm, hearts pounding like war drums, the air thick with unspoken promises and lingering regrets. And as the first rays of dawn broke through the chaos, illuminating the battlefield with a fragile light, the question hung heavy in the air: what would we become? What legacy would we forge in the wake of devastation? The answer lay just beyond our grasp, a tantalizing whisper that lingered like smoke, fading into the silence, leaving only echoes behind. The air crackled with tension as the chill of twilight seeped into the crowded square. Shadows danced with the flickering torches, their flames curling like the very whispers of ancient spirits who lingered long after their tales had faded into the ether. I stood there, heart pounding, breath caught in my throat, watching as the townsfolk gathered, eyes wide, faces taut with expectation. The echoes of the past rattled through my mind like the clang of a distant bell, each toll a reminder of the myths that mold us, that defined our existence. I remember the stories of gods and monsters, of lovers torn asunder by fate's cruel hand. My friend Elias stood beside me, his rugged face twisted in a grimace. The flicker of the flames reflected the conflict brewing inside him, a tempest of doubt and fear. This wasn't just about the legends we grew up with, it was about what they had become, twisted, perverted, echoing through generations in a cacophony of untruths. "Did you ever think," he murmured, his voice a low rumble, "that we're all just characters in someone else's story?" I didn't know how to answer. The weight of his words bore down on me, and I felt the shadows stretch and shift, as if alive, watching us with hungry eyes. The legends that had once comforted us now loomed over us, dark and foreboding. They were stories of gods who had bled for their creations, and yet here we were, mere mortals, dancing on the edge of despair. Across the square, Mara stood rigid, her gaze locked onto the makeshift stage where the village elder was about to unveil the night's tale. She was a voice of reason amidst the chaos, a heart encased in armor, but the armor was rusted, dented. I could see it, the fissures in her bravado, the way her hands trembled as she clutched the hem of her cloak. "You can't let them control your fate," she urged, her words laced with desperation. "These stories, they are not our destiny." But what did we know? We had been molded by myth since birth, woven into the fabric of tales that had been passed down like heirlooms. I remember the night my grandmother had whispered to me about the moon, a cold, distant orb illuminating the dark, guiding lost souls home. It felt impossibly beautiful, yet profoundly tragic. "One day, it will guide us to our own ends," she had said. "And will we be ready?" The elder raised his arms, silencing the crowd. The air thickened with anticipation, a collective breath held tight. The stories were about to unfold, the myths that had shaped our very reality. I could almost hear the echoes of gods and demons, of worlds colliding and intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree buried deep beneath the earth. Mara's eyes flickered to me, urging me to break away from the thrall of the moment. But the truth was, I craved the darkness as much as I feared it. The stories, twisted though they were, gave us meaning. They were a part of us, breathing, pulsing, alive. "Listen," Elias whispered, his voice thick with emotion, "we need to understand where we come from to know where we're going." His gaze flickered toward the elder, whose voice now rose in a deep, resonant chant, weaving a tapestry of words that wrapped around the crowd like a shroud. And then it happened, something shifted. A low rumble echoed through the ground, the earth quaking beneath our feet as the elder's chant reached a fever pitch. A figure emerged from the shadows behind the stage, cloaked in darkness, an embodiment of the myths we had long feared. It was a harbinger, a spectre, a whisper of doom wrapped in the guise of a forgotten deity. Panic rippled through the crowd, a wave of terror that crashed against the edges of my sanity. Elias gripped my arm, his knuckles white, and I felt the heat of Mara's body as she pressed closer to me, her voice trembling. "We can't let this happen. We have to break the cycle." But how? How could we break free from the tendrils of our past when they wrapped around our hearts like vines, squeezing, suffocating? The figure on the stage raised its arms, and the night seemed to darken further, the stars swallowed whole by an encroaching abyss. "Embrace your fears," it said, its voice a seductive whisper that curled around us, enticing and terrifying. "In acknowledging your past, you will find the power to reshape your future." Something within me snapped, a visceral response that thrummed through my veins like a live wire. I remembered every moment of pain, every heartbreak, the stories of loss that had been etched into my very being. We were not simply victims of our histories, we were the authors of our own narratives, the architects of the myths that could rise anew. In that moment, something sparked, a flicker of defiance. I turned to Elias and Mara, resolution igniting in my chest. "We can rewrite the ending," I said, my voice steady, cutting through the chaos. "Together." But even as I spoke those words, I felt the shadows loom closer, the weight of our shared history pressing down on us. Would we have the strength to confront the darkness, to break the cycle of despair? The figure laughed, a sound that reverberated through the crowd, and for a heartbeat, I feared we were too late. But then I noticed something, a glimmer of hope, a connection between us. The stories of our past were not just chains, they were threads, woven together, creating a tapestry that told of resilience, of survival against all odds. I looked into Mara's eyes, saw the flicker of hope reflected there, and in that fleeting moment, we were more than just characters shaped by myth. We were the potential for change, the dawning of new legends waiting to be written. As the air thickened with uncertainty, I felt the pulse of the cosmos surrounding us, the weight of the universe pressing against our shoulders, the stars whispering secrets of strength and rebellion. In that heartbeat, I knew one truth: the myths would continue to influence us, but we would not be their prisoners. The night stretched on, and I could feel the stories swirling all around us, the echoes of the past shivering under the weight of our resolve. We were poised on the brink of something monumental, the clash of old and new stories preparing to unfold. The legends lived on, but so would we, as long as we dared to write our own. In the dim light of an ancient museum, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets that had long been buried beneath layers of dust and time. An eerie stillness hung in the air, thick as fog, wrapping around the artifacts that held the weight of 1,000 stories. I could almost hear the echo of clashing titans, Zeus and Cronus, gods and giants, their battle for supremacy pulsing through the very foundations of the earth. I stood there, breathless, the museum's silence interrupted only by the soft creaking of the floorboards beneath my feet. "Do you ever wonder," I whispered to no one, "how many lives were lost in pursuit of power?" I wasn't alone, though I felt like a ghost haunting my own thoughts. Eleanor, the curator, stood beside me, her fingers brushing against the glass case housing a chipped fragment of a Titan stone. Her eye sparkled with a fervor that belied the grief gnawing at her heart, a grief rooted in a family history stained by ambition and betrayal. "I remember," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "The stories my grandmother told me, how the Titans were consumed by their own hunger for dominion. They never learned, did they?" A pause hung between us, heavy with the weight of unspoken truths. And yet here we are, still fighting our wars. Eleanor's passion was a double-edged sword, one that cut through the layers of her own past. She sought connection, yet the closer she drew to the stories of these ancient beings, the more she felt the distance from her own family. Each word she spoke echoed her parents' expectations, their relentless push for success, their titan-like grasp on her life. More than the artifacts surrounding us, Eleanor was wrestling with her own legacy, shadows of ancestors looming large, casting doubt on her worth. Across the room, amidst the hushed reverence of onlookers, stood Marcus, a brooding figure cloaked in uncertainty. He stared at a mural depicting the climactic clash, the moment when the sky broke open and gods descended like thunder. His own battles felt feeble in comparison. He had come with the weight of his own history, a family estranged by choices made in the name of love, a love that felt as volatile as the fury of gods. "I remember the last time I saw her," he murmured, a ghost of a memory playing in his eyes. "She told me to choose power or love. I chose love, and now," his voice trailed off, the unsaid hanging heavy like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. I could see it in his posture, the way his shoulders slumped as if the very essence of those painted gods bore down upon him, demanding a reckoning she had never asked him to give. The shadows flickered, and for a moment, I felt as if the air shifted, the gods themselves watching, weighing our souls against the backdrop of their eternal conflict. Eleanor turned toward Marcus, her heart aching for the pain she sensed in him. "You can't let their choices define yours," she said, her voice rising against the tension, trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a tempest. "We're not them. We're more than their mistakes." But the desperation in her words felt like a plea, both for him and for herself, a hope that echoed like the thunder of clashing titans. And there it was, the palpable tension, the heartache that bound us together like the broken pieces of a shattered statue. We were three souls in a museum filled with relics, each of us grappling with our own Titanomachy, our battles against the ghosts of our pasts, the weight of our choices pressing down like a collapsing mountain. A sudden crash echoed through the hall, rattling the glass cases and shaking the air from our lungs. Eleanor gasped, her fingers flying to her mouth. What was that? The lights flickered, the shadows deepened, and for a chilling moment, it felt as though the very fabric of history was tearing. I glanced at Marcus, his eyes wide, reflecting the fear that churned within me. "Maybe it's a sign," he said, half joking, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Perhaps the Titans are restless in their graves. Or maybe they're trying to tell us something," Eleanor breathed, her brow furrowing with the weight of realization. "We're not just here to display their legacy. We're meant to understand it, to confront it." But the air crackled with a tension that felt more ominous than enlightening. I felt it in my bones, the ghosts shifting, stirring in their slumber. The clamor of ancient battles echoed in my mind as I recalled the myths, the Titans swallowing their children, the betrayal that cascaded through generations. Echoes of their memories seeped through the cracks of time, melding with our own. I thought of my own struggles, the choices I made in pursuit of dreams, the hearts I'd broken, and the dreams that lay in ruins. I remembered the fields of blood, the silent screams of combatants who fell for the quest for power. I remember, I whispered, every wound we bear is a reminder of the battles we face, the wars within ourselves. The lights flickered again, and I clutched the edge of a display case as if it were my lifeline. The artifact seemed to pulse with life, the chipped stones, the ancient swords, all bearing witness to the cacophony of human desire and despair. I was pulled deeper into the tumult, where history was not mere fact, but raw, untamed emotion, a reminder of the sacrifices made in the name of ambition. Eleanor's voice broke through my spiraling thoughts, raw and unyielding, calling us back from the brink. Let's not forget the lesson, she urged, her heart laid bare. We can choose to rise above, the past can't bind us forever. Marcus nodded, and for a moment, the air felt lighter. There was hope, a flicker of understanding that we could defy the weight of our ancestors. But the shadows loomed, and I knew that the confrontation with our own histories was far from over. The Titan still roamed within us, fierce and unrelenting. As we stood there, bound by our shared struggle, the tumult of our own Titanomachy swirled around us, an intricate dance of vulnerability and resilience that would echo long after the museum's doors closed. The air was thick with possibilities, each heartbeat a reminder of the choices that lay ahead, the battles we could win or lose, the legacies we could rewrite. And with every fleeting moment, I felt time slipping away, the cosmic dance of history and humanity entwined, as the shadows whispered their secrets, daring us to confront the titans within. The air hung heavy, thick with the echoes of gunfire and whispers of lost dreams. A single, cracked clock ticked ominously in the silence, each click a reminder of time slipping away, each tick a heartbeat of dread. I stood in the remnants of a city that once thrived, my chest tightening with the weight of memories that clawed at my throat. Shadows danced like ghosts across the rubble, and for a moment, I thought I could see their faces, flickering past, suffocated by smoke and despair. I remember, the first time I saw her, Ella. She was draped in the colors of decay, her eyes fierce yet soft, holding the stories of 1,000 nights spent trembling in the dark. I had been trying to light a fire, my fingers numb from the chill that settled deep in my bones. She approached, a spectre in the gloom, and I remember the way her breath hung in the air, the sweet scent of hope entwined with ash. "What are we waiting for?" she asked, and in her voice, I could hear the ghosts of the fallen, a chorus of those who dared to hope amidst the ruins. Beside me was Thomas, always restless, pacing like a caged lion, his hands clenched into fists that had known both the softness of a lover's embrace and the cruel grip of a rifle. He was a man haunted by choices that had led him down the blood-soaked path of valor and regret. "We can't keep hiding," he shouted, the words spilling like gunfire, sharp and desperate. I felt the tremor in his voice, a blend of fear and courage that shot through the stillness, reverberating off the broken walls that surrounded us. I remember his face, lined with the weight of the world, filled with a raw intensity that pulled me in. But there was darkness too, a storm brewing beneath his surface, a tempest that threatened to consume him whole. "Every brick here tells a story," he said, gesturing to the crumbling structures, each one a testament to the lives lived and lost. "And we're just echoes, fading." But it was Ella who understood the weight of the echoes. "We're not just echoes, Thomas," she pressed, her voice a soft caress against the harsh reality. "We're the voices they left behind. They still matter." Her gaze captured the flicker of hope that still lingered within the ruins, as fragile as the threads of a spider's web glistening in the dawn light. I remember the night it all shattered. The earth trembled beneath our feet, and a roar echoed through the streets as the remnants of war came crashing down around us. I stood frozen, the chaos swirling like a tempest, thrusting us into a dance with fate. The sky exploded with light, brilliant and blinding, and in that moment, every fear I had ever known ignited into flames. I saw Thomas, his eyes wide with panic, reaching for Ella, his heart pounding against the weight of the world. "Run," he yelled, but the word fell like a stone into the churning river of chaos. I remember the moment the ground cracked, splitting open the earth around us. It felt like the end of everything, the end of our innocence, our hopes, our dreams. I felt Ella's hand slip from my grasp, the warmth fading as she was pulled into the shadows, into a nightmare I could barely comprehend. "No!" I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the roar of destruction. In the aftermath, I wandered through the remnants, a spectre myself, lost between the echoes of the past and the haunting reality of the present. The city was a graveyard, silent, mournful, yet alive with the whispered memories of those who had walked its streets. I came across the clock again, still ticking, a relentless reminder of time that refused to yield to despair. I pressed my palm against its cold surface, feeling the vibrations, the frantic pulse that mirrored my own. And then, unexpectedly, I heard laughter, soft, almost musical, cutting through the haze of sorrow. It was Ella's laughter, echoing like a distant bell, and my heart leapt, a fragile flicker of warmth amid the cold shadows. "You can't be gone," I whispered, searching the desolation for her presence, for a sign that she still lingered, that the light hadn't been extinguished completely. Days turned into nights, nights into a blurred haze. I remember standing in the middle of the wreckage, clutching the remnants of a world that once thrived. I thought of Thomas, his words haunting me. "We're just echoes," his voice whispered in my mind. Fading. But in the depths of my despair, I realized we were more than that. We were the spirits of the fallen, the screams of the silenced, the laughter of those who dared to dream. We were a legacy, a testament to resilience, forged in the fires of war. And then, one night, I saw it, a flicker of light in the distance. Hope surged through my veins, igniting a fire that had long been extinguished. I raced toward it, my heart pounding, the shadows trailing behind me, whispering doubts that clawed at my resolve. The closer I got, the more the light transformed from a mere flicker into a radiant glow, illuminating the darkness that had threatened to consume us. I burst into the clearing, breathless, and there she was, Ella, standing amid the remnants of a shattered world, her eyes shining bright, defiant against the bleakness. "You found me," she said, and in that moment, it felt as if a weight had been lifted, the chains of despair falling away. The war had left us scarred, forever altered, but as I stood there, bathed in her light, I knew we were not merely echoes. We were the voices of a new beginning, woven together by the threads of loss and love, ready to write our own story amidst the ruins. The clock continued to tick in the background, time moving on, relentless and unforgiving, but we were alive. We were here. And somewhere, in the depths of the shadows, Thomas lingered too, caught between the past and the promise of tomorrow. The war had not finished with us, it had only just begun.